はいはい、聞こえておりますでしょうか? How's everybody doing today? I am slightly fashionably late as I typically am. Sort of a demon, however, is never late and always claims first, and I appreciate that. I have fiddled around with a microphone. Hey there, Danzavar. How are you doing? Long time no see. We love our Euro friends who come in the mornings. I get up in the morning on my Saturdays just for you. Well, not you specifically, but you, like the royal. No, it's not the royal you. It's like the collective you of Euro friends. All right. We have quite a bit of sloppa left over. I need to expunge that word from my vocabulary now that I think about it. We need to get back to processing the watch log. The backlog never sleeps, it keeps filling up. Admin actually delivered. Nice. Doing okay. I got home from work. Everything hurts. What did you do to make everything hurt? Did work do that to you? Uh, yeah, well, that happens. That happens. Last time I had to get physical for work was when I had to attend a Brazilian Jiu Jitsu seminar that we organized for charity. Had to do a hand labor. I appreciate your effort to not type hand job. And listen, blue collar work and trades are also valuable. Yeah, and it is physically taxing. What little physical labor I have done in life, I definitely felt it. Righty ho. Since we're not taxing our GPU too much, God, I hate holster prices. I'm gonna bitch for a moment here, real quick. So as many of you are aware, I am a Glock fanboy. I suffer the curse of Gaston, the desire to fund his his horse breeding farm lives forever within me. So, Oni wife got me a Glock 40, not a Glock 43. She got me a Glock 19, which I am very happy with. I really like this gun. I took it out to shoot, but I swear to God, like any fucking thing you want to put on it is $300. I am so sick of that. It's like there is no expense for the damn gun that's not like multiple hundreds of dollars every time you try to lock in like a key feature of the gun. And it was up front almost 700. I want to be here more often, but I stream either way too early for you or like 4 in the morning. Well, now should be fine. Like it's Euro evenings, and I always stream at this time on Saturdays. Actually, a little bit earlier. No, 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 man. I am always here at this time on Saturdays. I specifically stream early on Saturday. My only other stream day, if it's a scheduled stream, is Wednesday night. But that's because I work office hours. I can't stream in the middle of the day during a work day. I could hypothetically, but that would just throw a gigantic wrench into my schedule. But the point I was ranting about, like Glocks are scoffed at by fucking gun snobs as, oh, it's like entry level fucking trash. But it's really not. And generally, like the whole nothing burger of, oh, guns are too easy to come by. Look at this 17-year-old who worked a half a shift at Wendy's and then suddenly somehow materialized with $10,000 worth of kit just to commit a shooting that the police didn't want to prevent. Because like I make good money. Like I work in a good job. I out earn the vast majority of the US population. I have to budget to upgrade my duty sized gun because an optic that would go here is at least $500 because I have an RMR plate for it. I want to put an RMR here. The only other thing that I would consider putting here is an RCR, an enclosed Trijicon optic. I would go with an RMR instead because I like green dots, and I don't think they have the RCR in a green dot. So $500 I need to spend on the optic, and that's if I don't want to get the slide milled specifically to it. I already had an extended magazine. I bought one. It cost me, I think, $40. Well, a magazine extension, not even a fully assembled magazine. Shield Arms is going to come out with steel mags for these eventually, and those are going to be just optimistically maybe $50 a pop at least. So, and you need like 4 or 5 in your rotation, so that's another $300 gone essentially. Holsters, what we're looking at here, ALS level 3 duty holster, $300. What the fuck? How is a gun that is, stock $500 require at least $2,000 more of shit that you put on it? Never mind the ammo and the range time. And that's before you get into like all of the other peripheral kit. Oh yeah, and also a light, because well, I need a light, and I specifically want to put a compensator on this just because I want it to be like a bastardized Brolin special, like a highly capable handgun essentially. Okay, rant over. Let's look at James Reeves selling us expensive guns. How was the audio, by the way? I've spent about an hour yesterday fiddling with the filters.
You're watching TFB TV. It's December, which means it's time to do the little rundown, the recap of the 5 best long guns of 2025. This was one of the weakest years for new long guns. While the gun industry does a pretty good job pushing out new stuff year after year,
I have to think, what were new long guns for this year? I can't remember one off the top of my head. Sons of Liberty Gunworks made a Mod 1. I believe that one was announced this year. It's hardly a new gun because, it's just AR but better.
Not a lot of headliners in the long gun space this year. Tell me what I missed in the comments.
Wait, no, the Barrett and FN made a bolter. Those are long guns. Though technically those are grenade launchers, but
We're going to start with a bit of a missionary position pick, the Mossberg 590 RM, but let me explain. With the Remington 870...
No, brother. Magazine-fed pump, really?
Fluctuating in ownership and quality control, it seems pretty clear that Mossberg is still the top dog in the pump gun space these days. And while you might think that this is a little boring of a pick, here's your perspective. Number one, it's well executed. Number two, there are implications. By well executed, I mean that the magazines are robust, feed reliability excellent. We subjected this shotgun to a 500 round burn down.
I mean, you kept having magazine issues because magazines are the failure point on shotguns, even pump action ones. Like, if you want a boomstick in this slot, go with the Mossberg 940. Semi-auto bird head Raptor grip shotgun. Why not?
At Thunder Ranch ran flawlessly, even after we tried to destroy the magazines. Moreover, those magazines have locking lugs that interface with the receiver, so lockup is airtight. It's stable, feed geometry stays consistent, even if you rest the shotgun on the mag and shoot it. Mossberg didn't just slap a mag well on it and walk away either. They gave the 590 RM an ambi rotary safety that works more like an AR selector than the old Mossberg Tang safety, so you can actually run it from a pistol grip without breaking your grip or your thumb joint. You get an 18.5-inch barrel with a heat shield, flat trigger, 5-position adjustable stock with a pistol grip, a railed receiver so you can throw a dot on it. This thing comes ready to roll right out of the box. In all, a very well thought out system. But the implications for short barrel shotguns to me are more important, which is why this has gotten some attention from government purchasers. The thing about shotguns, the pesky little thing, is barrel length typically dictates capacity. I guess you could have a big nuts, small peep, 12-inch barrel shotgun with an 8-shot tube on the bottom, but there's no point since the gun's going to have the same overall length as a 20-inch barrel gun anyways. Not going to help you clear rooms any faster, I guess. The game changes a bit for the short barrel guns because instead of being limited to like 4 or 5 rounds with a 12 or 14-inch gun, you can hold 8, 10, 15 rounds.
Sure, but it's still a pump action magazine fed shotgun.
And on top of that, you can reload and top off basically a double tube's worth of ammo in seconds by swapping mags. So while the Mossberg 590 RM is just a pump shotgun with a magazine,
and hear me out, with that gigantic ball sack dangling off of it, this is just not a viable breacher shotgun, because a breacher shotgun usually lives as a secondary on someone's kit, and if you're running a shotgun as your primary, you just have better options. You just have the Benelli M1014. Sure, it only has 5 shots because, you know, it's a shorty little guy, but it's also not terribly long. Even the full-size Benelli isn't that terrible to maneuver with.
it isn't just a pump shotgun with a magazine, if that makes sense. Before we get into it, let me beg you to join us on subscribestar.com/TFBTV. I don't even have to beg you. I can bribe you. We give away over $2,000 worth of stuff from Top Gun Supply, Blue Alpha, 511 over there. So make sure you join us. And by the way, we have a limited edition TFBTV patch. This is the first run of these, the MTV style patch that we have done in 5 years. There are only 3.
You know who also has a patch? Let me pull up the link, because I feel like I don't do a good job of advertising this. There we go. Boom. The Oni Dojo also has a patch, and you're going to go buy it. There we go. Let me pin that message for you. Manually unpinned. There we go. Did I turn off ads for today? I did not. I know, right? Right? It slid in smooth as butter. I actually need to configure Nightbots to react with this link whenever someone asks for merch.
300 of these in existence. We did 100 5 years ago, and we did 200 just now. So if you want one, the only way you can do that is on subscribestar.com/TFBTV. We don't sell them. I am not sponsored by anyone, any of the gun companies that are on this video. I rely on you guys, so think about supporting us. Number 4, also going to annoy people. I would put this higher on the list, but it gets a controversy slot pick because we can't buy it yet. It's the sexy, Czechsy Small Arms VZ58 Compacted 300 Blackout, the little VZ58 PDW that we got handsy with at EWA this year. Basically, a VZ58 someone left in the dryer too long and then remembered and took it out and chambered it in 300 Black. 7.5-inch barrel, an overall package way more compact than most pistol caliber carbines, while still giving you 30 rounds of an intermediate cartridge out of a gun that handles like a subgun.
I have to make a tangible effort to overcome my disgust of Soviet surplus and Soviet guns. I mean, on paper, from a spec perspective, I guess it's kind of cool. You know, itty bitty PDW 300 Blackout still does not have full auto, but what does?
If you don't know the VZ58 story, it's not important. It's the Czech cousin of the AK that really only kind of looks like a Kalashnikov on the outside. Internally, it's its own weird little thing. Short stroke gas piston system, milled receiver, very light for what it is, beloved by its fans. None of the parts interchange with the AK, including the magazine, so it's always a bit of a culty hipster gun, but they enjoy a great reputation. In 300 Black with a 7.5-inch barrel, it suddenly makes a lot of sense as a PDW in the year of our Lord 2025, and that 7.5-inch barrel length is accidentally perfect. When the U.S. military was doing testing to figure out what barrel length they wanted to use on the MCX Rattler, the LVAW, the RSAR, in 300 Blackout, they basically discovered that roughly 6.75 inches was the sweet spot for ultra compact while still getting respectable velocity out of subs.
Slob shit works most of the time? No, Digby, that's actually FUD lore. The problem with slob shit is that the tolerances are so inconsistent, is that much of the time it actually doesn't fucking work. Or if it works, it doesn't work well. How are you doing today?
Decent efficiency at a supersonic 300 Blackout. So the MCX, the LVAW, RSAR variants, they use that barrel length. It's living the VZ58 Mini here.
Here's the thing. Let's compare apples to apples here. I have my SIG MCX, which is a short stroke gas piston system, and let's compare that to the epitomal Slav shit, which is, I guess, an AK. What's the most recent one? AK-12. Long stroke gas piston system. So mine takes optics natively and holds 0. does not require complex maintenance outside of cracking it open and cleaning it, which I did once I only cleaned it once after like 2,000 rounds through it. There's a reason beyond cost that keeps the Arab militias and African child armies. I think cost is the primary. Well, ease of manufacturing too, which I guess is a product. Well, the cost is a product of that, because you can manufacture shit sticks, but what you're getting out of that is going to be very different. And I guess Arab militias and African child armies don't really need accuracy above 6 MOA, because usually you'll just have a line of them mag dumping into unarmed and unarmored civilians using shitty Soviet FMJ fucking lacquered cased ammo. My MCX still retains good accuracy out of a 5-inch barrel. And again, it holds 0, it runs, it just fucking chugs. And it uses a superior intermediate cartridge. It is also natively a suppressor host. Lacquered ammo sensor? No, it was like an anti-corrosion thing. A lot of Soviet ammo is going to be lacquered. The steel cases on those are usually covered in like a cheap God, I forget the name for it. In a varnish. Did it work? I mean, mostly, yeah. It doesn't like it's if it's in a can, if it's stored correctly, Soviet ammo will just sit there. But then again, if you don't operate from a position of poverty, you could also, just have brass casings on your ammo and call that a day. Again, not a big fan. Like, I don't know, man. Like, for one, I am very spoiled by having just access to mil-spec shit. Like, I can buy an AR lower from one place and buy, like, every other part from a different vendor, and it will all come together. The only issues I will have is if I want to get very exotic with my parts, and even then, I'll still make them work together. The only perceivable issue I can see is if I have my uppers and my lowers from different manufacturers, there's going to be a little bit of slop in between the two parts, because the tolerances are slightly off. But even then, that's not an issue, because when you hold a rifle correctly, you're supposed to tension it. And accuracy is a product of lockups above the lower receiver. Basically, everything that happens above the magwell is what's actually responsible for consistent accuracy, which is your bolt lockup, where the accessory rail sits in relation to the barrel, all of that thing.
Right in that window where 300 Blackout actually performs the way it's supposed to in a tiny gun. On top of that, short stroke gas systems, they tend to handle suppressor back pressure really well. So on paper, this should be a really good host, even though I'll admit I haven't shot a BZ58 suppressed.
I need to check in my suppressor,
the rest of the package, pure PDW perfection. You get an ultra compact wire stock, perfect for a gun that's getting stuffed into something, doesn't take up space, deploys quickly. They gave it what might be the tiniest, most adorable one-slot M-LOK handguard of all time, which is accidentally hilarious, but also useful. You can still mount a VFG and a light on there or something. If you're really trying to LARP hard under nods, you could throw a D-ball or some shit, whatever that is, on there too. CSA, they're fighting like hell to get the 300 Blackout compact in the U.S. As of right now, it's stuck in ATF approval purgatory. A compact steel receiver VZ58 300 Blackout at the correct barrel length with a true PDW stock and a
I really don't know why we try to regulate imports. It's fucking ridiculous at this point.
Hilariously adorable functional M-LOK handguard, way more interesting to me than yet another AR. That's why it gets the number 4 slot. It would be number 1 on this list if we could buy the damn thing already. But ATF is just going to have to check the magic 8-ball and see if they're going to allow this to be imported into the country. Number 3. Going to be the Mossberg 990. Hate having two guns from the same manufacturer in the same top 5 list, but like I said, thin year 2025 for awesome,
Yeah, that
long
makes
gun
more
entries.
sense.
The 990 moves its recoil assembly out of the stock into the receiver and forend, wrapping the action return spring around the magazine tube instead of running it back into the butt stock like most other modern semi-autos. That's what lets the 990 be a true short-barreled semi-auto shockwave type gun. You can run it with the factory bird's head grip. You can SBS the son of a bitch and put on any Mossberg 500 stock. Hell, put on Granddad's old glossy walnut if you want, because there's no recoil system buried in the stock. Any of them are going to work, which is pretty awesome. I submitted this gun in short barrel shotgun format to the 500 round burn down at Thunder Ranch this past summer, but I lost that footage when I was transferring it. It passed, of course.
That's unfortunate.
Unfortunately or fortunately, depending on how you look at it, means I'm going to have to do another 500 round burn down with this thing on camera.
You don't really know much about guns from what you see here, left and right. They don't make them as good as they could with the tech that we have now. Not necessarily, no. I mean, it depends on the specific gun you're talking about. Usually there are specific brands that have kind of suffered from a certain decay of quality. Remington being a notable example. Like, the company was just bankrupt and, changed hands a couple of times. So, their quality control now is just as trustworthy as a Bangkok hooker at this point. ARs are pretty well made. I would say most modern engineering focuses on producing a better variant of the AR. American companies are trying to make AKs better. That's definitely an undertaking because AKs are just inherently shit sticks. They were designed to be shit sticks, and fixing that is very difficult. Although Palmetto State Armory is definitely giving it the good old, community college try. And it would be interesting. It would be very funny if Palmetto State Armory creates what ostensibly becomes the standard for tolerances and spec for AKs in America. And America is still the largest market for AKs because Russians can't effectively own guns. Never mind that they can't get anything that's not just, pumped out of the surplus side of Izhmash. So no, we get pretty good manufacturing. Arguably, with modern manufacturing techniques, you could produce, for example, a better WA-2000, which is something we've discussed recently on the stream, as opposed to hunting down one of the unobtainium 45 that were imported into the country back in the day from like the very limited pool of WA-2000 rifles that were made. I would argue that with modern cold hammer forged barrels, modern CNC machined receivers with like digital controls and whatnot, you could buy a conversion kit into a WA-2000 body, and you can build a rifle that is actually significantly better. You can say that it's a Cope WA-2000, but it's going to shoot significantly better than the original.
Camera, meaning the 990 is about to get hit with 1,000 rounds. I'm pretty sure Hop and Luke also beat one up at a Mossberg press event. Ran great there too. That's what I heard. If there's one thing those guys can do, it's beat it. I'm really enjoying the semi-automatic shotgun wars between, you've got like the Italians and the Americans like Mossberg, and you've got the Turkish makers showing up to get tagged out immediately with their new dog shit tier designs that they keep cranking out, while Mossberg, Beretta, Benelli are dropping heat. I mean, I'm loving it. As far as I know, the 990 is the only mass-produced short-barrel semi-auto that has its entire recoil system forward of the receiver, meaning that it's got a monopoly on the SBS semi-auto space for the foreseeable future. Number two, I
hear it's a little choosy for ammo, which some semi-autos are. I've fed fucking Winchester White Box to my Benelli, and it just chugs it. The only time it ever stops running is if you don't manage recoil well. Like if it's a smaller framed shooter, they're gonna get rocked by the shotgun, even though it is a fairly soft recoiling semi-auto, and the bolt will just not have enough resistance to cycle correctly.
already hear you guys calling me
I should also clean it at least once. I think that also is adding to the problem.
A SIG shill in the comments. Got to defend myself again and again and again. The SIG 516 G3. Like I said at the beginning of the video, pickings were kind of thin this year. Honestly, the only companies that rolled out like genuinely high-profile marquee long guns in the U.S. were Mossberg and SIG. SIG rolled out a bunch of new stuff at the SIG Next event.
If we're going to pick an AR, we could go with Sons of Liberty. Like again, I think this is also a short stroke gas piston gun. So it's the 416 that we have at home, essentially. Which, I mean, okay. I want to like SIG stuff. I run the MCX. The MCX is a fine gun. I bought a fucking SIG can because it's the only thing that fits into the handguard. But boy golly, would I really like them to just not make parts in India?
And I think my favorite there was the 516 Mohawk. That's what they were calling it then, but now I see it referred to as like the 516
or their optics in China for that matter.
G3. The 516 G3 very obviously SIG's answer to the 416. I mean, it's the 516. It's 100 more than 416. The 416, the holy grail of piston ARs, of course. To be fair, I've got an MR556A4, hands down one of my favorite rifles, love it. My only complaint with the MR556 comes with a heavy non-chrome line barrel instead of the medium contour chrome line military profile, and it costs $3,500.
And you can't FRT it because at least the Atreus safety does not work with the 416 trigger because it's different somehow. I've not seen one live, but that's what Atreus is reporting in their compatibility card. Like their safety just does not fucking work, which means if you want to FRT a 416, you need to jump through hoops.
For the first time in 45 years, the Bulldogs could go all the way. That's right, Jim.
With a 516 G3, you're getting a very similar package from SIG for almost half the price. Short strip piston operated 5.56, adjustable gas block, so you can tune it for suppressors or your garbage ammo.
You'd like to see me rate the Ludi SMG? 11 out of 10 just on the vibes, just on the idea of giving the government a middle finger, and that got them so butthurt that they threw the book at a guy for just writing it. And having to, in order to prove that there was even a case against him, they had to prove his point in order to prosecute. They had to build a Ludi to his specifications, which is basically just an open bolt direct blowback machine gun made of household items. The man was prosecuted purely for being correct. Just purely on the vibes. I respect the Ludi. You've got the schematics around. So I mean, everyone's got the schematics to a Ludi.
16-inch cold hammer forged barrel, 1-in-7 twist, full length raised top rail, free float M-lock handguard, fully ambi controls, dual charging handles, a normal AR charging handle on the rear, and a left side non-reciprocating MCX style side charger. Inside, SIG reinforced all the wear parts like the cam path and the feed ramp with steel inserts that can be replaceable, so you can swap your wear parts out instead of just beating up your receiver till you have to replace it. They dropped in their...
You got the schematics, tools, and the metalworking knowledge. We won't tell anyone about that, Digby. I mean, to be fair, like the modern equivalent to a Ludi these days is the FGC-9. Which is essentially just a modern Ludi, which it still needs a little bit of metalworking knowledge because you need to rifle the barrel through an electrolysis process in a bathtub. Other than that, you can just make it with little to no metallurgy knowledge and a 3D printer.
Matchlight Duo 2-stage trigger, which is actually pretty effing good for a factory rifle. Price-wise, the G3 ain't cheap, but considering how favorably it compares with the MR556, it costs $1,500 less. I think it's $1,999. Practically
$2,000 AR. I mean, first of all, if it's a short stroke gas piston system, why is there a buffer tube on the end? Is it not just an MCX and 5.56 then?
practically a steal. Call me a sig shill if you want to, but I think I just made my case. This is one of the only like serious use rifles.
It is cheaper than an MCX, I'll give you that.
That actually launched this year and is available to buy this year. Genuinely modern.
I would also like to see what's the parts compatibility with ARs. Obviously, stock buffer tube, okay, grip likely. M-lock on the rails, that's pretty standard. Dust cover, standard. Forward assist, maybe. Some of the lower parts are probably interchangeable. I would like to see the bolt profile. If the bolt is interchangeable and if the barrels are interchangeable, you could probably do some interesting things with it.
Features instead of just another logo and gas piston conversion kit on an M4 in a weak year for new long guns, the 516 G3 actually earned this spot, number 2. Number 1, and again, not super pumped about this, but I'm probably going to have to go with the Springfield Kuna. Honestly, I think for me personally, I like the 990, I like the 516. I thought they were more exciting, but I'm James Reeves. I'm a servant of the people. And the people spoke this year with the Springfield Kuna. I made a short video and then a preview, a hands-on preview at EWA, plus a full review. All those videos combined, probably 1 million, 2 million views because you guys were really into this gun, and it's easy to see why. You're talking about a roller-delayed pistol caliber carbine, actually well executed, comes in right around $1,000. Manufactured by military small arms juggernaut HS product in Croatia. Those are the same guys that make the Hellion, they make the Echelon, and
I don't know. I want to be excited about the Kuna, but just, something about a 9mm PCC that does not go full auto rubs me the wrong way. It's just so utterly pointless if it doesn't. The only thing that's keeping the MP5 relevant for the American market is the fact that you can still find full auto fire control units and have your full auto 9mm or 45 caliber PDW. A variant of the FGC-9 isn't used by the People's Defense Force of Myanmar. Yeah, it's very popular. Because you don't, you can just have a standard machined barrel for it, or you can make one from scratch. That's the entire point of the FGC-9, which is very similar to the point that was made by Ludi, that you can prohibit guns all you want. We'll just fucking build them from scratch.
And those guns get imported by Springfield. Magazines, super cheap. I think they're like $25 a pop. If that's true, that's what I was told at EWA. That's basically free in this economy for a proprietary 30-round translucent magazine. The gun itself built around a monolithic aluminum upper, integral M-lock handguard, polymer lower that feels like a modern SMG, not like someone bubbaed a 9mm upper onto an AR-15. Inside, you got a true roller delayed system, cold hammer forged melanited barrel with half by 28 threads, little multi-port brake on there, reversible non-reciprocating charging handle. You can swap to either side if you want. Controls are ambi. End plate, Picatinny rail, giving you whatever brace or stock that the ATF Magic 8 Ball will allow you.
That brace is so rickety, it's barely on there.
Use, or you can SBR it or whatever. It's easy to see why this is such a great value and why you guys liked it so much. It's a true ground-up PCC, uses a more sophisticated, expensive operating system than straight blowback, still costs about the same as your run-of-the-mill shitty blowback AR-9 from a mid-tier manufacturer. You get softer recoil, you get less bolt mass, slapping you in the face, better suppressor manners, package that's actually designed as a compact PDW instead of like a parts bin blowback Franken AR-9. Best of all, it's got a little trick up its sleeve. Anytime you hear someone is making a gun under contract for Brazil, it's going to be 40 caliber. The Kuna was purchased by the Sao Paulo State Military Police in 40. Anytime you design a gun around 40, very good chance that it's going to also work with 10mm. Springfield strongly implied that this gun could be released in 10mm if the market demanded it. I'm not holding out much hope here because as big a game as us 10mm guys talk, I'm one of you. I'm one of us, by the way. I don't think that there are as many of us as we think they are. So I'm not sure how.
10mm is an interesting caliber. It makes a lot of sense in PDWs because relatively compact, not too heavy. You can carry around a lot of it. And it has ass behind it. It's an aggressive round. But It does not really make sense in handguns. It's not really great to shoot with a single point of contact. The problem is PDWs still suck if they don't go full auto. That's just the rub of it. The point of a PDW is to be, yes, easily transportable, relatively light, potentially concealable, for you to send hate downrange very fast to just create an area of denial filled with big bullets that hurt. But we don't have full auto, and we should.
Attractive that's going to be for Springfield from a marketing standpoint for them to do, but the very thought of a roller delayed 10mm PDW based on this gun tickles my plums, which is why I am cool with the Kuna sitting at number 1. I'm also really cool with you guys. Thank you so much. That's another year. Man, it goes by so fast. It truly does. I know we have our little banter here on TFB TV, but I want you guys to know I appreciate you. I love what I do. I love the fact that I get to do this every year. I can't believe, like, I don't know, I was in my early 30s whenever this started so long ago, and I'm glad I'm still here. Thanks for watching. Take care.
Okay, thank you, sir. We're gonna smash like. This was James Reeves with TFB TV. What do we want to watch? There's a number of things in the React channel. What is this? This is a post on Twitter. Let's examine this. The essence of modern China is so fascinating. Behold a technological Sisyphus. Not only will his arms flap until his body gives out and the pot drops, his entire being, his livelihood, his life is trapped in an endless cycle of arm flapping. For regardless how long he lasts, the pot always falls, breaking and joining the visual pile of shards below. Behind him, surrounding him, and providing the sole reason for his existence, tens of thousands of sadists entertaining themselves at his expense while providing him with enough pennies to keep going. But he will flap his hands. Oh, he must flap his hands. He must drop the pot. He will never be enough. He will never be able to stop. For if he does, the single financial lifeline this rural Chinaman has will be cut short. His task is endless. The need is insatiable. He is both the boulder and the man pushing it. Poetic, actually. Alright, what the fuck even is this? Chinese streaming is crazy shit. I feel like every all third world streaming is like this. China just has, they have a veneer of pain that makes it look entertaining. Because, like, the pots he's juggling there, they're like pennies on the dollar. It's probably rejected samples from like the local pottery that he has access to, which is why he's able to do that to entertain the troglodytes watching this. Based on the interface, I would say this is probably this is the Chinese equivalent to TikTok. I forget the name of it. It's bred in circuses. It is TikTok. Well, there you go. People from underdeveloped economies that gain access to larger audiences, or audiences that are at the very least willing to give them some pittance of money, they will come up with trash content like this. Again, it's not unique to China. China is probably just, a larger producer of it because more people live under the dysfunctionality of communism there. But there's a whole genre of trash streamers in Russia who predate TikTok, mind you, who have killed people on stream for a crumb of clout. All right. Admin dropped a video right as we were rolling in, so we're going to take a look at what he's showing. Nice. Safariland holster. We respect those. I need to get myself a shot timer, by the way. I'm looking at one.
Gentlemen, you are husks of your potential. doom scrolling to endless brain rot, gooning to pixels that don't love you back, and today I plan to remedy that.
How dare you, sir? My wife, HK416, loves me more than anyone else. You'd say China is unique in that you have the wild disparity of living costs, so the price of a coffee in a tier 1, tier 2 city is basically a month's worth of food and for a rural peasant. I wouldn't say that China is also unique in that particular sense.
With some realistic drills. The goal of this video is to go over some drills and test them out based off of hypothesis that I have in my head for what would be some good fun drills. Now, yet again, this is a hypothesis style video. I am doing some potential research and experimenting out here. I am then publishing it for you guys to observe and peer review, see what you like and don't like. By no means am I trying to be an authority on training. I am just trying things out here for what I think is a better time investment for shooting. The reason this exists is because oftentimes I have gone to ranges, I have gone to training events, and while they are there and do a specific thing, there are certain things about them where I'm like, okay, I know what this is for, but I want to see how far we could potentially push that. What I mean by that is, say, static target just facing you, and you have to as fast and accurately put rounds into it, which we're going to do right now for the first drill.
Okay, this is a bill drill.
Slow. 253. Show the hits from about 6-7 yards away. Bill drill. 5-6. Now this drill is called a bill drill. It's 6 rounds from about 6 yards as fast as you can and as accurate as you can. For me, why I really like this drill is in terms of self-defense. We're going to get into some rifle drills that I want to try out, but first and foremost, what you're realistically doing as a gun owner in America is most likely carrying a pistol around with you. Statistically speaking, it is going to be the gun that you have on you the most. That was a nice little stack. Get one piece of tape out of that guy. Perhaps me taping the targets, I really did get one-shotted by USPSA. 271. I believe that was slower. The grouping looks a little bit better compared to the first round of taping. Got a little condensed down, a little bit slower. Now, why I like this drill is for a good self-defense, really close. You kind of got surprised. Hey, I'm here to kill you. And you're like, oh, I got to react. That's why I kind of like it. I don't typically like just doing single shot training pistol stuff, mainly because pistol calibers in the grand scheme of lethality of projectiles aren't towards the top. A lot of these drills are based off reality that we're going over. If you watch a lot of these violent interactions,
I'd say single shots make sense when you need to build up your fundamentals. You need to figure out what your grip is. You need to figure out your trigger press. Like there is a place for single shot drills. It's just that place is very limited and usually concentrated around like the first couple of years of you getting comfortable with a firearm.
typically when people start shooting other people with pistols.
Not to say that you're not supposed to do them moving forward. I'm just saying that they're going to be a smaller focus as you move on.
In a law enforcement setting, for example, bad guys don't necessarily drop right off the rip. It's not like in the movies where they got hit by this crazy projectile. They can if they get hit in the right spot, but typically pistol rounds aren't the most lethal. I just realized I forgot to record on the MetaPerv glasses. All right, should have 5 rounds left. We'll go a different drill. We'll go 2 to the body, 1 to the head. The unpolitically correct version of this drill is called the Mozambique. There's a whole history behind it. It was deemed politically insensitive. There's a whole little case in California because of that. Anyway,
really?
The politically correct version of this drill is called the failure drill. 2 to the body, 1 to the head.
I'm sorry, I will now double down on calling this the Mozambique drill. All right, nice. Just on the line break.
227. I really think, just from being out here, the context, context please. The context is just doing live rounds off the rip. There was no warm-up of shooting, no dot drill of shooting. I wanted to come out and see first shots under timer. Where am I performing? And so this is the direct result of that. All right. 2 to the body, line break on the head. If you guys are feeling generous, we can count that. If you are feeling scrupulous, then you can say that I missed the vitals of the brain. Even
Can't have shit in Cali,
if you got hit there, if this is your eye box, you got hit right here, I would have.
This is the T-zone. This is very much the off button. So I would say that still counts.
Assume hey dude, it's over for you. That could just be massive coping. Colton, is that coping? It's cope. Colton is my hardest critic. The man that probably spends the most time with me. Kind of sus. Fellas, is it gay to have a hetero life partner that's your cameraman? All right, our next drill, as I top off this next mag from working concealment, there is a a thing in America where we have
These real bullets, armor-piercing explosive miniature rockets. We're getting there, Digby, slowly but surely.
a very beautiful country, a lot of freedom, but there is a downside when nefarious actors want to go out and commit mass violence. You run the different types of thresholds of ability that they go through. These nefarious actors typically will use a rifle, and in a lot of cases, or I guess in some extreme cases, they'll be fully up armored. Now, if you happen to be caught out there, you may only have a handgun to take on a threat that is wearing body armor and has a rifle. And while the action movies may portray that as no problem for your protagonist, in reality, you're really on the back foot of your potential survivability. So what I like to try and do is headshots from about 25 plus yards away to really simulate like giving yourself a chance at defeating that kind of threat. 25.5 yards. Okay. .239. Let's check the hit. I'm not feeling good about that one. That was a miss. You're dead. All right, so speed this up. We'll do a follow-up shot to kind of simulate, like if I was really under threat, I'm gonna take a few shots if I know the target didn't go down. So to speed up my tactical data feedback, my feedback loop, we're gonna speed that up and. I think I got one hit in there. All said and done, 502, 4 rounds. Oh, hey, look at that. All right. So technically we got 2 Charlies. Ideally, we want to be right here. These are great. I have to change out my cardboard nonstop or use a Sharpie. It's just a little bit tedious. Now, realistically, one thing I really want to touch on is something that would happen in a life or death situation, and that would be like an adrenal dump, right? We're doing these under optimal conditions. I have had coffee, I have had, a little Zimbabwe in, and I feel phenomenal. You're not waking up in the middle of the night doing this right now. Like, I'm not groggy or tired. I'm not undergoing an adrenal dump. So there is that factor, right? My hands aren't like, it's all pretty chill out. It's a pretty copacetic environment. We're just shooting. So that is one thing to consider, is that if you can't perform at a very high level when things are pretty chill, then you're going to revert down to a much baser level. Probably going to suck more when things actually do happen. Stress inoculation is a really cool thing, but it's really hard to simulate that stuff unless you can get a lot of really good training in, like force on force. Then you will probably run the better chance of mitigating that adrenal dump when it does happen. Gentlemen, I know I caught you on the toilet drinking your coffee, eating your beer, whatever you may be
Guess again.
doing. Do me a solid. YouTube does not like what we have going on here. They're not a big fan of firearms content. That being said, your engagement does help out with counteracting that. So if there's anything I ask of you, leave me a comment in the comment section down below, because I actually like to read those comments when I myself am on the cam. All right, so recently I posted a short on the YouTube channel where I was doing this.
Here's a little theory crafting. I mean, the Ranger manual states that aiming for headshots, I understand that distances are different, platform is different, whatever. But aiming for headshots from distance is impractical from a variety of reasons. Sure, you get a good solid hit on the CNS, you'll just switch his off button, but at the same time, it is a difficult target, especially if you're attempting to reach it with a handgun. So I think that even if we're dealing with someone who is wearing body armor, aiming for the lower extremities to induce rapid blood loss may be a better solution, which is to say, no one ever wears plates on their balls.
This drill, and I called it the hostage rescue drill or the hostage drill, whatever. I was using a Kember 1911 chambered in .45, and I was alarmingly surprised at how accurate I was with that drill. Like, I did a really good job in my opinion. Not as good as I wanted to, but it was still really fun. Now, this is based off a lot of shooting videos that I've seen that come out of the law enforcement world. They surprisingly deal, patrol guys out on the road deal with hostage situations, I guess more than a lot of the typical bear statistically would, right? Chad from marketing isn't going out and dealing with a hostage situation on the fly that develops like that from any sort of law enforcement scenario. So this one is more, I would say, unrealistic to happen to a civilian, but if you're a patrol guy out there, or if you just want to try it out, I think by all means go buck wild. But pretty simple, did the no-shoot hostage, and then you're going for that head box to try and take
Great tactical, I know those guys.
out the threat. Did worse than I did with the 1911. 149 though, that's pretty quick. I did worse in accuracy, better in speed than the 1911. There we go. 168. 153. 163.
I think the hostage lost an ear there.
136. We're gonna start with a hand on the gun. See if we can't really cheese this time. 111. It's not in the alpha hitbox, but it's on paper. 114. Where the hell did that go? Did I stack it in there? Sure you did, buddy. Oh my God, just zipped it over the bad guy's head. It was 121. I done gave him a little shave on top. Going too fast, pal. 1, 2, 3, stack there. Now what I want to do, we'll tape these up, and then like in the short, what I did is I would incrementally increase the difficulty of the hostage taker, right? This isn't that hard. You have a clear hitbox. Yet again, this is not taken to the adrenal dump, the life and death decisions, or the ability, like I'm not moving around to get a better target of the bad guy. I'm just staying static to test the shooting ability. One thing with the YouTube and shooting drills is everyone's like, well, why don't you just do this? And it's like, well, we're specifically testing a certain thing. Like if it's a, any open match, then it's like, yeah, you're gonna go, you're gonna do whatever it takes. A much more unforgiving hitbox.
Mm-hmm.
Here. Don't come any closer. I'll do it. Well done. Everyone thank Colton for being a willing participant actor. POV, you are a patrol officer that has arrived to a DV gone south. You must now save this poor bastard from his crazy Latina girlfriend. Okay.
That's a realistic training scenario if I've ever seen one.
All right, 173. Really weird purchase on the handgun. Oh, it's a line break. Colton, do we count that one?
Yeah, we'll count it this time.
Let's see if the more brutal of you out there count that or not. Ah, that was bad. 178.
I don't think this needs to be done from the draw, to be fair. Given how a lot of those police shooting videos go, they already have their guns drawn when they're confronting someone with a meat shield. So you don't really need to overcomplicate this with the draw.
Scout them again, going a little too high. We're gonna do maybe a couple more from the holster. I'll tape up, and then I want to try from outside the holster, kind of at the low ready. And I'll explain in a second.
Yeah, see?
164. Check where she's at. I'm getting too scared. It's another line break. We're really just gonna commit. We're gonna commit, Colton. We are going to save this hostage.
Just blow the hostage's brain out.
That hostage is going home.
Nice.
That's what I'm talking about. Fear not. Trust in the Lord and his mighty power. That's right where we want to be. Easier said than done. We're on the flat range, right? But it's a fun little drill that I like to try out. Now I'm going to try from the low ready with the handgun because I feel like if you were a patrol officer working the streets, you would already have your gun out in this situation.
See?
Like you would roll in and see it and you already have the gun out and you're probably looking for if there's a good shot to take. Now in that situation, theoretically, I think the patrol guys would be trying to work and find the best angle. Oh, 0.27. 0.86. That was bad. 0.32. Now what I want to do with this hostage drill, last iteration, then we'll move on. It's going to be from outside of the holster, and you're going to kind of be holding it at a low ready.
With one
what I
hand.
Try and simulate with something like this is if you were in this scenario, I feel like you'd be holding your gun up for a bit. You'd be trying to give commands like, hey, let him.
He needs what do you call those? A swinger target where the non-threat is swinging in front of the threat. That way there's like a timing element to it. Like you can be at full presentation, but that fucker is moving and you need to react to when you actually have that window to put one in him.
Let him go. You don't have to do this. And then at a certain point, you're going to realize like, all right, this is justification for lethal force. So what would be happening in that sense from a shooting perspective is like you're holding your gun out for a bit. There may be some fatigue, but I mean, it's only a handgun. So as long as you're not like drinking straight up soy from the faucet, then you should be okay. So there could be that instance or analog example. Also, another thing I want to touch on was we were kind of shooting from a little bit further back than what I would feel really comfortable sending it. I mean, who knows the situation you may want to take. After a certain point, I would say
It's kind of sketchier to do with a rifle than with a handgun because you need to be really, really comfortable with your rifle and know exactly what your height over bore is. Otherwise, you're putting one into the hostage's shoulder.
like, yeah, this is going to be a rifle's job for sure. Because if it was like someone using a knife or something like that, ideally, I'd want to close the gap and just send a headshot that way. So we can try that out, I guess. So you could start from an unadvantageous angle, and then you kind of close the gap and then really take that high-risk shot. 180. Let him go. Let him go. Let him go. I mean, when you really close down the gap, that shot becomes very easy. So I'm not necessarily too worried about that, right? If you're like, someone's holding you hostage with a knife and the cops keep getting close, you probably just got to realize, like, maybe I let it go so I don't get canoed in the head. Sir, get down! Sir, get down! Hey! Hey! So if I'm like right here. 142. You know, this is like point blank. Your poor hostage is going to get like a muzzle blast, but they'll be alive. This is one of those fun drills I kind of thought of the other day. And I was like, you know, I want to try this out and see how it goes. Because I've been seeing a lot of those shooting drills from that. All right, so for my law enforcement guys out there, I really do like the hostage drill and really upping the standards for it. There was a video I saw recently involving, it was a pretty bad scenario. It was horrifying, especially if you're a parent, and it did not go well for the officer involved. It was worst case scenario. So if you are out there, you need to be trained to a high standard so you can avoid that just eternal scarring that could happen on that job.
It's almost as if law enforcement actually have an important role in society, and defunding them is actually a detriment to society.
I don't know if I can elaborate too much here on YouTube, so I don't want to get just nuked off the platform talking about it, I guess. Fill in the blanks. All right, found a good little micro berm, little piece of terrain that I want to hide the target behind to try and get the top of the silhouette. The goal is to simulate someone hiding behind a piece of, small cover using a supporting shooting platform, but the goal is proned out. We're going to try it at different distances and see how we do. Now, a downside to this drill is that I know where the target's going to be because I put the target there. That being said, under time and pressure, trying to be as accurate as possible, we'll see how it holds up. Ideally, I think if I was going to try this again, if you had friends out with you, it would be a little bit tedious, but the goal would be someone goes out there, sets up the targets in different spots, and then timer goes off. The shooter doesn't know where they're at and now has to try and figure it out. And then, of course, maybe your buddies can help give you hints like, hey, I think he's over there, something like that. I do have Colton out here, but he's got to run the cameras. I don't want to be like, hey, dude, go set up a target and film. You would probably just not like that, would you? Now I have to turn your mic on to say your one line.
Yeah, I wouldn't like that.
Realistically, I think if I got caught in the open from a guy behind...
This is pretty sweet terrain to shoot at. I don't know, like, how do you ensure that no one wanders onto it unless this is all private land?
Cover, I'm probably going to die, but we'll run the drill regardless. What I'm going to do, hit the timer.
I wonder what a patch of land of this size that's big enough to shoot on safely would cost in Arizona by John.
Then hit the deck and engage from the prone. Probably what I would do IRL is kind of like either hit the deck, find cover, or die, but we'll run it. 50 yards away.
Nice.
Okay. 5 yards from 50 yards.
4 alphas.
7, 8. I'm not going to check the target just yet. We're going to move it back. The camera will know. You guys will know before me. I just can't wait to get on the road again. All my life with my friend. I can't wait to get on the road again. You filming this? Stop. I'm 5'7", by the way. I will say, for this first part of the drill, the brown cardboard, I can identify it, but it is definitely blending in with the Arizona dirt terrain surprisingly well, which I was really happy to see. Can your camera pick it up, Colton? Yep. Two factors. There's already a camera tripod down there. So it's like, oh, there's a camera tripod. Look left. right? Kind of cheese dicking it, but it makes for good showbiz, okay? So bear with me. From here, we are. Laser's saying we're about 118 yards away. Let's run it.
It's an itty-bitty PDW. It's not an easy shot. It does have a magnifier on it, but still. She's still solid hits on target.
Yet again, not gonna know the hits. 12, 21, 5 shots. Keep going back.
Back
From
further,
here, if
okay.
I didn't know it was there. It'd take me probably a bit to find it. We're gonna get our steps in today, Colton. All right, from here, coming in about 261. See what we get.
Nice, emergency reload. I think at this point, like, the barrel length just is not going to accommodate good accuracy. Alpha hit.
All right. That was, we went a little buck wild. 13 shots and 35.89. Now, I want to go check the hits. One thing I do want to say is steel for going out the distance, a lot more convenient. That being said, the reason we're using cardboard is I actually want to track where these hits are landing from different distances. And the nice thing is when we do play this back later, I can see kind of where they're falling at the different stages. So that's kind of nice, but I have to do a lot of walking. It's not that bad. Get your steps in. I believe that course of fire, the 3 different stages in total should have been 23 projectiles. We have 18 that I have counted. I recall at the 260 yard mark missing low on hitting the berm. So that tracks. I will say, kind of happy with this group right here. I suspect a lot of this group came from the 2 closer courses of fire, and then it opened up as I got further away. I mean, the gun we're using is the 11-inch Brin with an EOTech and a 3x magnifier. So obviously not the most ideal optics package you can get, but it gets the job done, you know? Now, I am basing this drill off of data that comes out of conflicts. I was watching Ian McCollum's Forgotten Weapons video where he was talking about the MCX Spear, and he brought it up too, but it's like pretty much that a lot of infantry engagements typically are around the 200-yard mark. I was talking to another guy, Adrian of Sidewinder Concepts, and he was saying at the start of the Iraq War, a lot of those Iraqis would engage U.S. forces at like 800, 700, probably 600 yards.
Basically, they would see a convoy and start taking pot shots at them, yeah.
And then they realized that they could really close the gap on the Americans, and so those gunfights got shrunk down pretty close. And it probably has to do with a lot of the environment, the terrain. Out here in Arizona, from my spot right here, I could see pretty good into this back valley. The problem is there's also a lot of big shrubs, greenery, not necessarily hard cover, but there is a very long sight line, but a lot of disruptors. Also, keep in mind that when typically you go to the flat range, it seems like you're always shooting a silhouette that's like perfectly facing you. That's not going to be the case. People are going to be moving around left and right. People are going to be hiding behind cover. And this is a very sterile kind of drill, yet still very fun. Another thing to consider is that we're not even in full kit yet. We're doing this from the battle belt just to hold some spare ammo because I wanted to come out here and see how I am under pretty optimal conditions. I'm not even gassed out yet. I think potentially what I would do to really take this drill to the next level would be full kit, full battle rattle, and then smoke yourself in some sort of like burpees or drills or sprints, and then start this course of fire.
I think a good sort of stimulus, and not everyone is going to volunteer to that, but basically you put on a bubble helmet and you get someone to crack you in the head once. You shouldn't do that a lot because, you know, TBI is still a thing, but, you know, just to shake you inside of the bubble, I think that's, or do some light sparring, you know, just to get the humors moving.
When you're dog tired, that way you can simulate a more realistic situation. So for this next course of fire, what I actually want to do is I'm going to ask Colton to be nice and hide this for me somewhere. I'm going to go down range, and then we're going to try this course of fire one more time, except this time I have some Spanish desert camo that I got from Americana Pipe and Apparel, one of the sponsors of this video. Fantastic young Zoomers getting after the military space and arena guys. I mean, honestly, if they have some good cheap surplus that you can use to dress up your targets, it's another great use case of it, right? It costs what? Some cheap amount of dollars and you can get elevated training out of it. It's one reason I like them. And of course, if they have cool enough stuff, they'd be worthy of your wardrobe. You can check that out. Not only do they have that, night vision knives, e-bikes, bunch of cool stuff. I appreciate them greatly. Code ad makes 10% off.
I wasn't aware that e-bikes are military surplus, but okay.
Hide it! Now, though we're not really using an IR laser for this video, I do have this Iris G3 from Onii-san that I got from Optics Planet. Figure
Boo, Onii-san.
we throw it on the Bryn 2 and just to have a good placeholder for an IR laser, because I do want to do a video on this thing, a whole dedicated thing. But it's a roundabout way to say thank you to Optics Planet for being the Optics sponsor of Administrative Results. Code ADRES gets you 7% off your order. And the ammo that we were shooting is Badlands Munitions, local Arizona company. I appreciate those guys a bunch. They do make some good quality stuff. Using code ADMO gets you 10% off your order.
There are a lot of things that are military surplus I wouldn't expect. I see.
They have all of your good, realistic rounds that you're going to need.
I suspect that the e-bikes in particular are still not military, so I mean, we can go check. I think it's just a backbone of the website that gradually grew into also having milsurp. Let me quickly make sure that it doesn't immediately dox me. All right, Americana Pipe Dream. No, thank you. Shop. Collections, all military surplus, Afghan imports, surplus parts, axes and knives, all products. Your favorite one is the official British Army medical dildo a friend has in his collection. I fear to ask why the British military has an official dildo. For what purposes? No, I don't think these are military surplus, Digby. I think these may just be e-bikes that are also sold for, for the vibes.
9mm, 300 blackout, 5.56. They even make 308 now. Some good 7.62 rounds are actually pretty sick. I'm really impressed by what they do with those. All right, back to the video. All right, so Colton has now set up the target. He was kind enough to do so. He didn't have to. So everyone say thank you, Colton. As he was setting it up, I never looked down range. I don't know the distance that I'm at. I just kind of picked a good spot with some decent, cover that I'm going to play off from the prone. So we'll see what we can't do. Guess we'll find out the distance after this drill. Oh, I see the tripod. Oh, man. Is it?
They just had them in testing. At what point they got sold when they conducted this was a silly idea, whatever the idea was. I would like to know what the idea was, actually.
Visible from here? Yeah, I can see it. All right.
Please explain to me how a modern military arrives to needing medical dildos. I would like to be exposed to that thought process from a safe distance. I don't know. You typically know that kind of stuff. You brought it up, for one.
Well, I am dead already. Oh, there it is. Okay. Those 5 rounds. That's actually a way better example of this drill. Thank you, Colton. 39.19. When I hit the deck, I had no idea. If the camera tripod wasn't even there, it would have taken me longer. But once I did see it, I was like, oh, it kind of sticks out like a sore thumb. No kidding. Staying about 100 yards from where we are. So what's crazy about that is the silhouette stands out.
Probably something about making sure officer butts were plugged up due to their penchant for sodomy. Damn. Sorry, I keep forgetting that you island people just do that.
Once you do eventually find it. But I was expecting it to be a little bit...
But then that would be in the Navy, not like the regular Army.
In a different area, but then eventually I found it. Thanks, Colton. Good job. Let's move it back. All right, now I know where the target's at, so this will go a bit quicker. But we've moved back at the 166-yard mark.
all toffs are into sodomy, especially of little boys. Are officers toffs? I would think that what you refer to as toffs usually avoid any kind of military service, given what I have seen of the modern British upper class.
10 rounds. Now this should get kind of hard. It starts to, from the naked eye, really, especially my bad eyes, blend in. This is reading about 270. See what we can't do. Colton, just give me a go. Go.
They just get to dodge the junior officer spots? Okay, I guess, if you say so.
This looks like a comfy spot. Oh, my nuts. That was a lie. So using this muzzle device on the end of the gun, you definitely see the advantageous nature of suppressors. A big reason is this muzzle device is kicking up just enough dirt where it's like obscuring the clear line of vision. So silencers have multiple purposes. One such reason, signature reduction, helps not kick up that much debris around your proned out shooting position. I mean, hell, you can even see where the earth was getting impacted by that muzzle blast. From here, I mean, if you really like are quick glancing, you're not going to see it. You really have to focus in on that target. Thankfully, the silhouette kind of stands out when you kind of find it. The camera stand really disappears too. So in theory, if someone's just hiding, well camouflaged, sitting still, and they have the drop on you and you're reacting like this, you know, and they're a good marksman, I think you're toast. But that being said, I still think it's a valuable thing to get out and try it for yourself just to see how this will go. Now, what I'm curious to see are those hits on paper. Let's go.
Would be kind of difficult to set this up. Like, good luck finding a range that's 200 yards. Never mind one that has mixed terrain and will let you monkey around at different ranges.
Check them out. All right, let's check our results, our administrative results. Definitely seeing some impacts over the shirt. So, real quick context. Our target camera, I believe it died towards the last volley. So I think we got the first two volleys off and then the camera died. So let's count the hits. It's a lot of lows. I don't know what this is. I think we got 25 hits. My guess is it looks like we kind of got some keyholes. My theory is it hitting the branches that this is in front of. So Colton kind of hit it behind some small dying tree. So my guess is when the 55 grain hit that.
Build that range. There's an old Minuteman missile silo available in Texas for 1.5 mil. The problem with ranges, bunker plus range, the problem with operating anything that's that's like a public shooting range is that you pay gigantic fees in insurance. That's how they're smothering a lot of the public ranges. Like, we have a good one up north that's pretty good. But like it takes a lot of land to do, which you can't really do anything with it. If it's private, no. If it's private, it's fine. Like, it's just yours. Which is, you know, how a lot of the YouTube guys run their ranges. Like, I've been to demo ranches, little backyard range, and it's, you know, he just found a stretch of land that's like straight, and on his land he built a backstop there, and now it became his range. I think his tops out at like 50 yards. So, yeah, on private land, you can do whatever the hell you want. At that point, you don't even need a bunker. Just, you know, buy some ranch land. It'll cost you a pretty penny. Like, 1.5 mil is a substantial chunk of money if you're investing that into your primary place of residence. You need to remember that your primary housing is not an asset. It's very much a liability because it's not earning that money back.
It started to tumble, but still impacted the target. So that's the theory I have. All right, well, you know, I believe out of how many rounds fired, I'll take that. There was definitely doing some accuracy by volume where I was like, you know what? We're just going to send it. I feel like realistically, at a certain distance, what you see from a lot of combat footage is guys just start dumping rounds at where they suspect someone to be. I know where the target's at after the first go.
You hear any kind of housing is an asset? Does it always go up in value? Yes and no. The thing is that housing is not a very liquid asset, especially, the house that you're currently occupying. Like, if you need to release that money, it's not like you can just go and sell the house that you currently live in while it still incurs regular maintenance expense. From a strictly financial perspective, your primary dwelling is still a financial liability. You're not burning money in a furnace as you would with renting. You're still building equity. It's just not very liquid equity, and it's not earning money by means of being usable for some sort of business, at least not on the face of it, unless you want to use your garage as, like, I don't know, some kind of side hustle business, in which case then it becomes an asset. Well, the garage specifically. Assets are defined by their capability of generating cash flows. Something just appreciating in the market is not technically cash flow. Unless you decide to borrow against it and then use that money, but then you're using it as collateral as opposed to it being a cash generating asset on its own.
Go around, so there is a little bit of that, so I'm going to take more accurate shots. Now, a big reason I also want to do this video,
so let me put it like this. If I were to, for example, buy a house for, say, $300,000, I have not acquired an asset that's, well, on paper, yes, I own the asset and it's worth something, and it'll appreciate, it'll depreciate with the real estate market, fine. But I have effectively frozen up that chunk of money in the house's value, and I don't have immediate access to that money anymore, nor do I have a way of extracting a comparable amount of money from that purchase directly. However, if I were to build a dojo for $300,000 and run it like a for-profit business, then, or even if I run it as a nonprofit but I pay myself a salary, in that case, that becomes an asset because there is cash flow coming in, which is gradually offsetting the initial cost of purchasing or building that dojo. That will become an asset. Not only because it is easily disposable because it is not my primary dwelling, but because it also has the potential to, or is generating significant cash flow, which, if you do your business planning correctly, is supposed to generate a return on investment that is larger just market appreciation of a piece of real estate, or putting that same amount of money into a bank and just going with the base interest rate. So whenever you're assessing a business venture, what you need to do is referred to as a depreciated cash flow chart, or a depreciated cash flow table, where you calculate what would be the compound interest on putting an amount of money into a bank and just, accrue interest over time, versus investing that money into the business that you envision and projecting how much money you can realistically generate in revenues. And then you compare your pre-tax profits to whatever the DCF chart shows you.
Not just for the training factor, but because I feel like on GunTube, and I'm guilty of this too, a lot of times during the shooting portions, you will see like a really fun, action-packed shooting session, right? Where you're just ripping it, burning down targets, maybe close, maybe far, but you're typically seeing guys go really fast. I think that comes from a place of defying FUD culture at a lot of like boomer-esque ranges where it's like one round every 60 seconds. So the idea is spitting in the face of that and just really showing how hard and fast you can run a gun. I'm not saying it's wrong, but what I wanted to try was a little bit more of a realistic-esque course of fire with these drills, really kind of basing it off of reality, what we are seeing from combat footage, officer-involved shooting, self-defense scenarios. Now, I got one more drill I want to try, and it's pretty simple, so we'll set it up. All right, last drill. What we have set up downrange, I got my no-shoot covers facing us. acting as a wall. Behind that,
Those are some pretty worn out notions. I guess he's using the inverse of existing targets. Never mind, I'm just being an ass.
that is our target that is simulating someone pieing out of cover, you know, kind of doing a little tilt, trying to slice the pie on us. What we're going to try and do is start at a disadvantage angle, because if they're right-handed, they're pieing off the right side of that cover. We're going to be moving left, and we're going to be more exposed as we pie. That being said, I'll run the drill. Put the lead in the target, bro.
Nice and good solid hits. Hey, technically, if you're using a powerful enough rifle, you can just shoot through the cover.
I'm really just sending them right by our camera down there. It's cutting it close. Really awkward pie job on my part. You get the chance. Let's go check it out. I was kind of just doing a bad CQB footwork. Just kind of moving to where I could eventually engage it. I may have to move the camera over a little bit more so I don't zap it. So I got one Delta. The rest are all Charlies if we're going for the hitbox. Did I hit our cover at all? You know, I have no idea. We didn't. This has already been all shot up, so I have no idea. I believe I fired 5 rounds, got 4 hits. All right, so this camera is going to be off left more, so it looks like it's more exposed silhouette. It was kind of cutting it close with that last drill of where my rounds were flying like right by it. I don't feel like buying Colton a new camera, so.
Drills like this are why I really liked running our local multi-gun competition, because the guys would set up exotic scenarios. Like they would have you like go either roll low ready or just completely hang your rifle cruiser ready, have you sort of manipulate it when you react to some kind of stimulus. We did shoot no shoots. Very, very cool. I'm very sad that the competition has moved. And I think it's more fun than just, you know, the USPSA IDPA brand masturbation fest of just put hits on paper fast. No, I think there should be utility to training. The sporting aspect is valid, sure. It's just not particularly interesting to me. I don't want to min-max my kit to run fast and put holes into paper. I want to run kit that would prevent me from being killed while operating the guns that are built to be sturdy and duty rated and to kill stuff good, as opposed to shaving seconds off of my par times. Like that's the big reason why, for example, we're going to get to that one. Never mind. It has to do with that Twitch streamer girl getting a fucking staccato as her self-defense gun. We're going to get into that, actually.
The footwork on it feels a bit goofy. I was trying to like simulate a reload, getting out of its line of sight on that reload. I'm not sure how I feel about this one, but let's go check the hits, I guess. Pied off, got hits on the target, no shot timer to gauge. Got the job done up here. Definitely felt like I had some mics. That's called suppressive fire, so it's okay. We have a YouTube compliant 15 round magazine, obviously. Now also I feel like with that one, the school of thought around the movement to like your style of pieing could vary. Like, you know, you see high-speed guys, when they're like clearing rooms or moving around corners, they're taking it pretty quick. I mean, working it from the non-dominant hand against a target that's playing off its dominant hand, the right hand, I should say, definitely feels like you're at a disadvantage. Another thing on the school of thought is like, say for patrol, for law enforcement, how they search and assess, say if they're using a gun, they, at least what I was trained, if you're like trying to clear a structure or a building, they typically go a lot slower because they're scanning for everything. They're scanning for like pieces of people, not necessarily like they got blown up, but like pieces of people that could be hiding, could be trying to tuck into weird places. So that's what they're looking for. From a more militaristic setting, it's probably more like, all right, you're expecting a guy with a legit assault rifle. From the law enforcement side, it's like you're expecting meth head Tiffany that is like got like 19 warrants that you're trying to find. So It's a toss-up.
Motherfucker.
All right, so yet again, this video kind of had the idea of like the hypothesis of, are these drills going to be a more realistic shooting experience? I think the results are, yeah, I mean, they're better than what you could normally get, right? It's not like you can actually do really good, realistic one-to-one lethal force on force. Now, a big problem you may have is, depending on where you are in the country, the access to ranges that you have, that could be a factor. You know, you may not have a good piece of land you can come out and shoot on, so you may be stuck to more indoor ranges. So if that was the case, I would think, okay, how can I maximize the time out of this indoor range? Could you talk to the owners and say, hey, I want to try and set up a course of fire that's, you know, mimics like a home invasion where you have, you know, walls or boundaries you have to try and clear, or that hostage drill or something like that. If you have the space, trying this out, I think, is a worthwhile experiment. Also, I think if you have friends to try it out with you, is a really good idea. Help speed up the process. Even though we shot a handful of drills,
I would say dry firing in your own house, like practicing clearing certain typical angles, is very useful. Like I know my angles that I get on my front door from multiple points in my house, and I know how I would take those angles, including how I would operate opening a door under certain conditions, because there are angles where the front door is blind to. There are angles that are more exposed to someone potentially being in my front doorway, and I need to address those very differently. I also need to take account of the fact that there is no cover, because drywall is not cover, it is concealment.
the tedious aspect of it was there. One downside to this is this was kind of like my tester for it, so I didn't go full retard with it. I honestly think we'd get more out of this if we did do armor and kit and then gassed ourselves, made us nice and tired, so you can get a better report of how you're going to do in that setting. Ultimately, I had a good time, because one big thing I've always experienced is going out, doing certain shooting things with pals or friends, and we're really working on the fundamentals, right? And yes, that's valuable stuff, but I want to say a more simulation of an adversary taking cover, playing off cover.
I need to do that more with our regular range days with the guys. We were stacking very heavily into just shooting the fun toys that we bring, and I kind of want to stack it more towards, you know, actually doing productive training. I think that's going to be a better use of time, and as everyone sort of gets more accustomed to shooting guns, the novelty of it is wearing off. And even for the sake of us continuing to do that stuff consistently, we should work on like more complex problem solving, doing more interesting things, actually introducing a shot timer. I want to take a look at this base. I'll bring the volume down slightly. I personally prefer doing just a full-on Jodan Mawashi off of that, just because most adults are not tall enough for me to just throw my knee into their face. But mad respect for the base concept. Like, you start with a body check, you break down their stance, and then you throw something big while they're trying to assemble themselves back. Knees would only work to the extent that you're sort of similar sized, similar frame. I prefer to have tools that are built around dealing with people of all sizes. Wait, what is this? Session instructors. Why is this in Thai? How to legally buy a gun in Japan. Okay, interesting. Let's take a look at this one.
So I recently came to Japan for a little bit to visit my parents, and I was really surprised to find out that my dad's currently working on getting his gun ownership permit here in Japan. Over in Colorado, we used to hunt a fair amount, not a whole lot, but a little bit, but we never thought about trying to hunt or shoot here in Japan.
I have been declared that? No, I don't believe I have, Digby.
Japan, just because there's so many hoops to jump through, and you really don't even hear about guns in Japan at all. So I was going to have him talk a little bit about the process, because it's a really interesting and long process that's unique to Japan. Tell us a little bit about it.
All right. Yeah, Japan is not a gun culture. The first time there was a federal law in Japan banning weapons from the common people was in 1588. And ever since then, Japan has not allowed normal people.
Well, they did have like a very robust culture of owning and carrying weapons. Despite samurai snorting gunpowder like cocaine, yeah, pretty much. I was about to say that. It's not that they didn't have a gun and weapon culture, is that culture was very specifically a exclusive privilege of the warrior caste.
To have weapons. It's stayed that way, and guns are very strictly regulated here. There's a lot of debate about that around the world. We're not getting into that today. But gun crime is virtually non-existent in Japan.
Yeah, but I think that has more to do with the fact that Japan is a homogenous monocultural society. The guns are very, very secondary to this. Just a second. I want to quickly pull up a couple of videos. So I just have those chambered. Let me open this real quick. This is a video. This is a video. We're going to look at that later. Canada. Abroad in Japan. Shit himself again.
If you are allowed.
TikTokers don't deserve votes. And do that one. And if we have time, there's an interesting training video that I found we're going to look at. All right, now we're properly set. You recall hearing Japanese gun laws are very, very permissive in regards to antiques. I think, and that's just me, that you do not have gun rights unless you can have a firearm on your person outside of your home for the purposes of self-defense. Everything else is cope. There is no other reasonable use that can be sort of set as a standard of like, oh, we have guns. Like the fucking Swiss will just say, oh, we have guns. We have more guns than you Americans, and we can have them in full auto. Yeah, but can you have a gun on your person, and when someone tries to mug you, you shoot them like a sack of shit, and then you just walk home? No, I didn't think so. Well, then you can't have guns. If you're only allowed to take your little pea shooter out to the range and put holes into paper, I'm sorry, you're still cucked. So I would say that is the standard. Like, if you can carry a gun on yourself, and if someone tries to attack you, you kill them, and that is considered legal, then yes, you have guns. For example, the Czech Republic is like that. Like, you can have a gun for self-defense. Like, there's some permitting that goes into it, and I disagree with the concept of letting the government bar you from owning a firearm, because, at least for Americans, firearms are a check on the government. But if there is a reasonable way for a civilian who's like non-Leo, not military, not otherwise privileged, to have a weapon to defend himself, then yes, you have what is considered viable gun rights. Everything else is cope.
Typically in 1 year, we have less than 10 gun-related homicides in the entire country.
Wait, but if all guns are banned, how does Japan still have gun homicides?
Not to say we don't have crime, but that's another story. Anyway, you can get a gun in Japan, but it's not an easy process. The most basic difference is that in the United States, people have a constitutional right to bear arms. And in Japan, the law states very clearly that common citizens do not have the right to bear arms.
And that is why I will never aspire to be Japanese and forever be proud to be an American. Because I, by default, have rights, and the Japanese do not.
Citizens are forbidden from bearing arms, but they will make exceptions if you go through the process and you're deemed to be a suitable person to own a gun. There are only 3 things that you can legally use a gun for in Japan if you're not a police officer or a military person or something like that. Number 1 is hunting, number 2 is target shooting, and number 3 is government-sanctioned culling or eliminating of pest animals.
That's great. I'm really disinterested in all of those.
And so for most people, it's about either hunting or target shooting. Target shooting, there's no such thing as going in your backyard and setting up cans and plinking, or going back in the woods, or going out in an open field and throwing clay targets. You can only target shoot when you're at a sanctioned, licensed shooting range. And so they're very strict about that. Hunting, on the other hand, once you get a hunting license here, the laws are not nearly as restrictive as they are in the United States. Simply because there are fewer people hunting, and so we have more animals, and they're not worried about depleting the populations. The hunting season for all legal species of animals is the same. It's from November 15th to February 15th. So November, December.
Interesting. So only winter hunts.
January, February, 4 months. And during that time, bag limits are very loose. For instance, we have a lot of deer on this mountain where we live. If you're hunting bucks, you are limited to how many bucks you can take. You can only take 1 buck per day. That's right. For 4 months, you could take 1 buck every single day of the week.
There's enough of them, too.
There are quite a few bucks on this hill. And when it comes to does, well, we've got more of those. And so guess what? There are no limits. You can take as many does as you want in a day. We have a wild boar. They're called Inoshishi. It's kind of a small boar. We have a lot of those, mostly a little bit lower on the mountain. We're up at the summit here, but they're a little further down, mostly targeting farmers and fields and stuff like that. You can have as many of those as you want. Just have that.
It's kind of aspirational to just have a little mountain cabin in Japan as like your home away from home. I don't think I would ever be able to fully detach myself from America. I've gotten a little bit too used to it. But Japan still calls to me. I would like to have a little summer retreat there, you know?
Adam. Now, the hunting restrictions may not be that stringent, but the gun restrictions are very stringent. To put it simply, it's a 3-step.
A Japanese guy I used to know many years back claimed his dad would hunt boar with an antique arquebus. That is the most Japanese thing ever. That is, I choose to believe that is true, because I can definitely see a Japanese boomer just being so autistic into black powder weaponry that he decided that he's going to use one for hunting. I 100% believe that is real. Not only that, I think he actually scored hunts with that gun.
Process to get approved for a gun. Now, there are lots of small steps in each one of those, but first you have to sign up, apply for, and pay the fee for an all-day seminar, which is held at the prefectural police department. That's all about the rules regulating guns, gunpowder, ammunition, all of that stuff.
Mm-hmm. Apparently it has been in his family for generations, was originally made in Portugal. Oh, so your friend is of noble descent if their family was allowed to own Portuguese firearms, which means that he was of a prominent enough warrior clan, and they were allowed to retain it throughout history, like at no point were they disarmed. Which means they probably also maintain some kind of familial tradition of handling black powder firearms.
And at the end of that seminar, there's a written test. And not only do you have to pass the test, you have to get a 90% or better on this test. 50 questions, true or false. You can only miss 5 of them. And they're tough questions. You can't pass the exam just by listening and taking good notes during the seminar. You actually have to get the book and study that book. Here you go. This is the book that outlines the laws regarding guns and firearms in Japan. This is just a study book, and yet it's 150 pages long. And I read that thing over and over and over and over again. There are other study guides, too, that are pretty helpful. Of course, it's all in Japanese, so if you're not fluent in Japanese, that's a bit of a challenge.
Good man. You see, this man moved to Japan and learned the language to the extent where he can study legal theory for the purposes of passing a licensing exam. You like to imagine he's running around Japanese mountains shooting boars these days? He probably is. I mean, it is currently boar season, so...
But they don't care whether you're a Japanese citizen or not. As long as you're a legal resident in Japan, you can apply for this. Now, there's all sorts of other things that can disqualify you, and I'm not going to go into all of those. But after that's the first step, is the all-day seminar and the written test. If you pass that, then you're allowed to apply for the second step, which is a half-day shooting class at a sanctioned shooting range, followed by an actual shooting test. And Eli actually accompanied me on my day at the shooting range. Applying for that is a lot harder than applying for the seminar and the written test, because you're actually going to be handling firearms at the shooting range, even though you're not licensed to do so yet. And so that application process, in addition to getting lots of paperwork, going to...
I would love to shoot some Japanese 12 gauge just to see how they've managed to make it somehow better than the shit we get here. There has to be some autistic quirk to the way they manufacture 12 gauge that makes it better than the stuff we have here. I need to Kemen. Let me Google if I can actually buy any Kemen 12 gauge. Kemen USA, okay. Oh, made in Spain. Well, that's less interesting.
City Hall, getting all sorts of proof of identity and all that. I had to fill out one paper that had every...
Probably just autistic obsession with specifics. I mean, that's what I want from anything I buy, especially if it's mass manufactured.
Job I've had for the last 10 years. Another form had every place I've lived for the last 10 years, who's lived with me. And then I had to go see a psychiatrist and bring back a document from the psychiatrist saying that I was of sound mind. And then the police officer came. Well, first he contacted one of my coworkers, and he interviewed him for about an hour. All sorts of personal questions about me. And then he came to my house and he interviewed my wife for about an hour when I wasn't there, asked her all sorts of personal questions about me. And then he went down the street and visited my neighbors unannounced, visited two different neighbors of mine, spent quite a bit of time with each of them, asking them all sorts of personal questions about me, just to get a sense of whether I might be someone that they don't want to give a gun to. Fortunately, everyone was generous and kind in the interviews, and my application was accepted, and I was allowed to go take the half-day seminar and shooting test.
So they are shooting semi-auto shotguns. Good to know.
So this is what I show the cops when I go to the police station now and return my permission slip for buying ammunition for today's test. This is my certificate saying I passed today's shooting test, and I will submit this along with my certificate of passing the written test when I...
Let me see if we can buy 12 gauge ammo. 12 gauge Japanese ammo. Hey there, friendly anarchist. We're looking at the highly comfortable, the luxury prison that is Japan, and the hoops that you need to jump through to get a FUD gun to do nothing with. How are you doing? Also trying to look at if I can buy any Japan-made 12 gauge ammo, which I don't think... I don't think I can. Well, we'll look at that later. How are you doing today? Can you even get a FUD gun there? You thought it was like muzzleloaders? No, they can have semi-auto hunting shotguns that are like 4-round capacity, I guess. Like this guy was just doing his shooting test, and he was doing that with an auto loader.
Application for actual gun permit.
I know that they also breech loaders are pretty common for them, as far as I'm aware. But again, I've said this previously before you rolled in. I maintain that the standard for functional gun rights is the capacity for someone who's not Leo military or some kind of super secret squirrel shit to have a gun on their person as they go outside into public and use said gun in a self-defense scenario and not be pursued by the state. If there is no scenario that allows for you to do that, then you don't have gun rights and everything else is cope.
And here's the permission slip for buying ammunition. I had permission to buy 300, but I only bought 75 rounds today.
Imagine having a signed permission slip from the police to buy ammo. Meanwhile, me, an American Giga Chad, just casually ordering 1,000 rounds of jacketed hollow .9mm delivered to my door.
And shot those up. And my scorecard, which is pathetic. On my first round of 25, I hit 7. And the second round, I hit 11. And I was on...
They even have little sponsorships on it. Oh, that's cute. They shoot Fiocchi and Winchester. Good for them.
Target to hit more on my third round, but I missed my last 5 rounds and only got 11 again.
So that took me to the third step, which I just did today, and that is submitting the final application for a gun ownership permit. Now, to do that in Japan, when you apply for a permit to own a gun, it's only for one specific gun. And so you have to go to the gun store where you're going to buy that and have them fill out a whole form with all the serial numbers and all the background data to let the police know what gun it is you're buying.
Looks like only shotguns,
and
from
then
what I can see.
Fill out a bunch more forms, and I took them all into the police office.
I'm seeing breech loaders.
The police station today, and they accepted it all. And
nothing terribly interesting.
The police man.
Britain is actually worse. Not only do you have to ask each time you do, they put a limit on how many rounds you can own in general. Going over it is grounds for license removal. I mean, Britain is lost. Not to speak ill of Digby, who was here a moment ago, but boy, we need to get you a good Southern girl and just rescue you.
Is going to come to our house one more time and check to see that I have the...
Then again, the times are changing. Well, I mean, it's not completely gone. Apparently, the people have decided that they finally want to rise up from the cuck chair and maybe take their country back. I would like them to do that. Contrary to popular belief, but I would like England and Commonwealth countries to be good countries again.
The proper...
Run by men of good character.
Police-approved gun lockers. You have to have 2 lockers in this country, one for your firearm, one for your ammunition. And typically you have to remove some key component of your firearm and put it with your ammunition, like the cap on a shotgun.
God, that is so cucked. Again, safe storage laws are just severe cuckdom, because if a firearm is not readily staged for you to use, you don't have a firearm. Just like you don't have a gun if you don't have it on your person to use if you are under threat. If you need to keep your gun stored separately from ammunition, you don't have a gun in that case. You have parts that make a gun, but you never have an actual gun. I have a rifle that is staged for home defense. If I hear something go bump in the night, I grab that rifle, I turn on my EOTech, and I'm ready to hunt. And that takes me all of 5 seconds to do. We'll have all of Europe, Canada, and Australia to return to former glory. Well, I mean, former glory for all of them means very different things. I think that a lot of the old world needs to take a good, strong look at what they have become and understand that America rules the world for a good reason.
Or the forend, or the bolt on a bolt-action rifle, or something like that. And the 2 lockers have to be in separate places in your house.
God, that is so cocked.
Preferably in separate buildings if you have them. If not, at least on separate floors, as far away from each other as you can get. And you, the licensed gun owner, are the only one that's allowed to have access to that locker. You cannot even tell your spouse where you keep the key to that locker. You are the only one ever allowed to go into that locker. And your gun is only allowed to be taken out of the locker and taken out of your house if you are doing one of the approved activities, hunting or clay target shooting at a shooting range. That's the only time you can take the gun out of your house. Let's see, what else? Ammunition. When you get a permit, then you get a booklet where you keep track of all your ammunition. And you have to have perfect records because there's full accountability for all ammunition. Every time you buy ammunition, or if you're a reloader, every time you make ammunition, you have to keep perfect records of how many rounds you make, how much gunpowder you use, how many firing caps you use, how much you have left in storage. All of that has to be documented in your notebook, and at any given time, the police can come and demand to do a check, to look at your notebook and look at what you have on hand and see if it matches up. Whenever you go to the store or the firing range and you buy ammunition, they will write in your book how many rounds you buy.
Here's the thing. All of the things that he's describing, I understand the logic behind them. They only work in the Japanese longhouse. I've touched upon this previously, but there are only two effective models for gun control. One is shall not be infringed, so what I would refer to as Texas Plus, meaning that I should be able to own full auto firearms. Basically, I should have ornamental parity with the government, because criminals don't follow laws anyway. The other model that also provenly works is the Disneyland model, meaning that it's very expensive to be there. It's a highly controlled environment. You get frisked and searched at every step. You have no privacy. You have no rights. And the people who are allowed in are strictly segregated and selected, which is Japan. Japan is basically Disneyland for all intents and purposes, unless they continue importing infinity Indians and Muslims, in which case their society is going to go downhill very quickly, and they will no longer have a functioning Disneyland model. So one of those, like both of those are effective models. I really don't want to live in Disneyland for a variety of reasons. I like to come visit. It's pretty cool. I'm more than happy to come and spend a month there and drop some money. Not actual Disneyland. I mean, like Japan. I don't like living as a dispossessed serf at the mercy of the government. I may be a Japanese Oni, but again, I am too thoroughly American to suffer the indignity of that. You're reminded of the case from Canada where a dude had a feud with his neighbor, which ended up in his neighbor trying to burn down his house with a case of Molotovs. He was a pistol instructor. He got his gun out of his safe, loaded it, shot at the guy, and he ran away. The guy who was defending himself got arrested, and the claim was that he violated state storage laws, but because clearly he couldn't have gotten his gun out in time to defend himself. That's so retarded.
Bought and stamp it with their official stamp. And then anytime you shoot at the firing range, they will also write in your book how many rounds you fired, accompanied by scorecards that show how many rounds you fired. If you go hunting, then it's your own responsibility to write in the book exactly how many rounds you use. And if you didn't use all the rounds that you have, then you have to.
I'm sorry. Again, I love my Canadian chubas. I have friends who are Canadian. I cry for you because you don't live in a real country. You are currently under communist occupation, and everything they do is just to punish the local Canadian population.
Have that many left over in your locker, you have to be accountable for all of your ammunition at all times. You're never allowed to have more than 800 rounds in your personal possession, in your house, in your locker. That's the maximum. If you're a reloader, there are limits on how much gunpowder, how many primers, all of that you're allowed to have, and how many you're allowed to reload per day. Lots of restrictions. It's all very tight, but that's the way they do it here. And if everything goes smoothly, in another month or so, I will have my firearm. When I get my permit, I will take that to the store. I will finally buy the firearm. And then immediately I have to go straight back to the police station, show it to them so that they can verify that I actually bought the gun that my application said I was going to buy. And then I can bring it home and I'll be able to use my gun.
So what if you want to buy a pistol?
You have to leave Japan. There's no legal pistols in Japan unless you are an Olympic class target shooter, and even most of them don't have their own pistols. There are just a handful of people in Japan that own
completely long-housed
pistols.
Rifles?
Rifles, if you want a rifle in Japan, for hunting. It's possible to get one, but the stipulation is that you have to have been a legal owner of a shotgun for 10 years before you're allowed to apply for a rifle permit. So only people who have been hunting for a long time have rifles. Even then, there are some restrictions. Interestingly, you can get large gauge rifles, but no 22s. 22s are illegal in Japan. There was some, back in the 1970s, there was a famous hijacking or kidnapping murder case, and they used 22s. And so
with 22 LR, okay.
They banned 22s. They also have air rifles here, which, get this, air rifles, the kind you can buy at a toy store in America, are just as strictly regulated as firearms. That's the way they do it here. What else?
I get a hijacking, kidnap, murder with a 22?
Can we talk about?
We can cut it off.
Oh, one more thing. If I want to go hunting next fall, I still have to get a hunting license. And to get a hunting license, it's like doing the whole process over again. I have to take a written test. I have to submit all sorts of forms. And only then.
So here's the thing, like, Japan is the epitome of government overreach, which, again, if it's operated by competent people, it works from a results perspective. Sure. It is a complete denigration of human dignity. They are a different people. They live differently. Their society works as long as it does work, and it's voluntary to be part of that society. I think it's fine. It is a way to do that. I just think that a lot of the things that we perceive as good and effective in Japan are also a product of the fact that they are a highly exclusionary, highly regulated, and very tightly knit society. If Japan were to acquire a Second Amendment today, I don't believe they would have material gun crime. Like, I just don't believe that would be a thing. If the Japanese population were allowed to own guns, nothing would change. All right, let's see what this is. One is going viral over exposing the FBI under Biden hid that armed civilians stopped nearly half of all criminal shooters in 2024. Let's give it a listen. I apologize for the white woman jump scare.
This is freaking huge. Armed citizens stopped 48% of all criminal shooters last year, and the FBI was just caught massively lying about those numbers in their public reports. They recorded, get this, none of them. 0%. Now, you and I and everyone else have seen those local heroes on social media, but rarely do we ever see these stories in mainstream media. Well, the script is about to flip because a new study by the Crime Prevention Research Center reveals that armed civilians stopped over 1/3 of active criminal shooters between 2014 and 2024, nearly 10 times higher than FBI's reported 3.7% average. And again, with even more Americans getting armed post-2020, just last year alone in 2024, civilians stopped half of all criminal shooters. Yet, as I just stated, the FBI recorded 0 of them. You might be asking, how is this possible? Well, while digging for the study, researchers found that police were often falsely credited instead of the armed civilian, which is a recording pattern that clearly increased over the last 10 years. But now this begs the question,
wonder why.
Why would they work so hard to hide the significant benefits of an armed public?
Remember, Oni Dojo? 500,000 defensive gun uses per year on the low end estimate. On the low end. Versus the grossly inflated gun death rates that we are getting thrown at us all of the time. They're a high-trust, homogenous, closed-off society. Yeah, exactly. That's what makes them successful. But in other news, against the insanely inflated... No, 50K isn't even accurate. So for one, like, they keep touting that number. It floats between 40 and 30,000 gun deaths per year. that is 60% of those are suicides, so they're not supposed to count. Then you need to leave out everything that's an officer-involved shooting because, well, cops are always going to be armed because that is their function in society. And then you also need to remove all defensive gun uses from that because it is legal to shoot someone in self-defense. So on paper, it is a justifiable homicide, but yeah, it's like 1,600 if you actually just count murders. But again, I would like to see how many of those are also self-defense shootings, because I expect that number to be significant. And after that, you also need to factor in that the U.S. is not a homogenous country. Like, you have places with ridiculously high crime like LA, like Chicago. If you exclude those because they are extreme outliers, and you are not supposed to include extreme outliers in your averages, what do you mean anymore? But the point is, you're not supposed to include extreme outliers when you're trying to establish an actual median, especially when you're counting per capita. If you go, for example, for like a Texas, for example, basically you leave off the high crime coasts, you're going to end up with a per capita murder rate which is lower than Europe. So put that in your pipe and smoke it. But here's a take that I was definitely exposed to today. If you're a sporting shooter, your weapon should stay at the range, never taken home. If you need to move it to another range, you must engage a professional security agency to move it for you. To which I say, this is hands down the most raped lobotomite thing I have read this month. And I have to say, competition was very stiff. So congratulations, sir. You have achieved your Reddit gold. Cope and seethe. You just cut out like 3-5 cities in American is the safest country on the planet? Yeah, arguably so.
Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you pork. I'm near Shinjuku-san.
Definitely
Station,
pork,
aka
yeah.
Meet me at Shinjuku-san because I would rather pass away than try to find somebody in Shinjuku Station. At an izakaya called Futam.
What a dum-dum. He's Australian, so.
Fittingly, they do most of their business at night, tending to overwork suits who've entertained their boss's perfect golf swing form way too many times. But it's lunch, and everyone's working on making a meeting and a pre-meeting to discuss the plan to make a goal to hit a goal. But I'm just eating pork. They serve 30 portions of succulent pork belly for lunch, but the green onions on the menu are censored, and that's it. That's the only thing on the lunch.
I'm sorry, I'm never going to stop making fun of people who make a living off social media trying to satirize people with actual jobs. Yeah, we're going to get to the new confiscation that Australia is holding.
So I guess when they're sold out, you can just sit there and watch SpongeBob in 12p resolution on your Game Boy Advance. Luckily, the pork I received was high res, and this is just as delicious as it looks. It really can't be bad. I don't think it's naturally possible. The sweet glaze felt like when Rabbit invited Pooh over and he got stuck in his door. And in between the lip-smacking sauce was chunks of tender meat and pure fat. Unctuous is kind of a silly word to use in a sentence, but this is unctuous. That's the word for it. Each layer was a new texture, like drilling into the center of the earth, enjoying the crust and the mantle and all those other ones I can't remember. Until finally, it's just me and a beautiful sus scrofa domesticus core. The egg is cooked perfectly. It's jammy with zero funny stuff, which is exactly what you want for a bowl as powerful as this. I'm in love. Ladies and gentlemen.
Fantastic. I guess we can look at the buyback, actually. There we go. We have Colion Noir reporting on that one. Because apparently when Muslims perform a terror attack on your land, the correct response is to further disarm the population and not deal with the people actually doing the crime.
After this video, I don't want to hear anyone say shit about common sense gun measures ever again.
Today, I'm also announcing that the government will establish a national gun buyback scheme to purchase surplus, newly banned and illegal firearms. The largest buyback since the Howard government initiated one in 1996. Australia's gun
Look at that pencil-necked cuck. He really thinks he's doing something with that.
laws were last substantially reformed in the wake of the Port Arthur tragedy.
That's a face that's never been punched, ever.
The terrible events at Bondi show we need to get more guns off our streets.
No, incorrect. The events in Bondi Beach show that you need to get Muslims out of your fucking country.
The government will introduce legislation to support the funding of this buyback scheme and meet the costs on a 50-50 basis with states and territories. We expect hundreds of thousands of firearms will be...
Imagine having your own tax money used to disarm you.
...collected and destroyed through this scheme.
There it is. Same speech, same logic, same bullshit. Mass shooting happens, government fails to stop it, and the answer is always, all right, let's take more guns.
The cops were on site. The cops were on site for 20 minutes. Armed police was on site for 20 fucking minutes and did not do shit.
And this is why nobody gets to call us crazy anymore. Nobody gets to say we're paranoid or exaggerating. We're watching this play out live in 4K.
The cops shot the guy who stopped one of them. He didn't even stop them because he took his gun and then the guy went and got a new gun. So unfortunately, the guy risked his life to do nothing.
On the world stage, because this already happened. Australia already did this in the 90s after Port Arthur. They banned guns, ran a massive buyback, confiscated firearms, and promised people safety. And I didn't just say that casually years later. 5 years ago, I made a whole video about this shit. I literally showed footage. I showed Australians themselves warning about what happens when you
saw that he would have been punished if he did. I don't care.
You let the government do this.
You're like, it's not making a better case for Australicucks over there. Like, oh, stopping a terrorist with his own weapon is illegal? Damn, that is wild. Please sit down in the cuck chair.
People told you back then, this won't stop. Now, here's where people always try to pivot, and I'm cutting this shit.
I know. I'm following the logic here.
Off right now. Don't come at me with, well, Australia's only had 2 mass shootings and America has mass shootings all the time. No, we don't. Not compared to the number of people we have. Australia's population is barely damn near the size of Texas.
It's not only that. It depends on what you want to count as a mass shooting, because they count gang violence as mass shootings every day, and they're not, because they are generated by a very different problem that has something to do with the numbers 13 and 50.
And I really don't want to hear that per capita bullshit either. I don't, because stats don't live in reality. Stats live in a bubble. Per capita ignores population scale, poverty. It ignores population density. It ignores the fact that when you have way more people, you're going to have more incidents of everything, and including the fact that we have over 400 million guns in this country. That's not ideology, that's math. And here's the bigger mistake that people make. They think I'm only talking about mass shootings. I'm not. Mass shootings are the catalyst for the conversation, not the whole conversation, because mass shootings make up less than 1% of gun deaths in this country. Less than 1%. And I promise you, it's even lower in Australia. So you're telling me you're going to disarm everybody, strip people of their ability to protect themselves because of something that happens less than 1% of the time? What about the shit that happens every day? Robberies, home invasions, rapes, assault, murder, stabbings. Those people just don't matter? You're going to make people defenseless against the violence that happens the most in response to something that happens the least? Do you understand how fucking backwards that is? And to make this even worse, the guns used...
Oh, come on, Colion. The word retard is completely back. We can use it now.
...in Bondi weren't even the guns they've been screaming about for decades. This wasn't an AR-15. This wasn't some weapon of war. It was a bolt-action rifle and a shotgun. The exact gun that Joe Biden told everybody to go get. Just go get a shotgun. Get a shotgun. The exact guns they say are reasonable. The exact guns politicians tell Americans that they'll only need. So now what? Now those aren't okay either? This is why reasonable gun laws is bullshit, because reasonable never has a finish line.
Exactly. It's always incrementalist. The purpose is not what they're trying to sell you. The purpose is civilian disarmament, to make you toothless and vulnerable, to turn you into helpless tax cattle.
Did this in the 90s. People warned about it back then.
A gun buyback that forced law-abiding citizens to surrender their firearms in a nationwide roundup and meltdown.
And now they're doing it again. Now, if you understand drawing a line in the sand and actually meaning it, then the FAFO gear, as you see right here on my hat, on this awesome...
We are borrowing content, so we let him chill.
For you. Because what it means is, look, leave me alone.
Listen, I'm not going to be a hater, but I think it's corny as fuck. Like, please don't wear things that scream gun about you, okay? There is no good faith gun control advocate. There are useful idiots who don't know what they're talking about and advocate out of fear and the malicious. Yes, exactly. I have actually struggled with finding someone to discuss gun control with. I would very much like to find a good faith gun control advocate to actually sit down and talk, preferably in a podcast format, something that's not time gated, something where we can, sit and really drill into what we're discussing. And there is going to be no good outcome for any discussion of gun control, which is probably why no one is willing to sit down and have that conversation.
Let me mind my business and live my life. But if you decide to step into my world and try to interrupt my safety, the safety of the people I love and care for, well, you're just gonna have to fuck around and find out what happens to you after that. Because I mind my business. A lot of people mind their business and just want to live their life. But clearly criminals always want to insert themselves into our lives and do shit that we didn't ask for. So as a result of that, we carry firearms so that if they decide to fuck around, they'll find out. I'm gonna put a link in the description section of this video so you can check out the FRAFO design in hats, shirts, t-shirts, drinkware, you name it, we got it. And then also, almost forgot, got the AKT1 Blackouts, my absolute favorite wireless Bluetooth in-ear hearing protection, because, like I like to say, I like to listen to music while I'm at the range. Sometimes I like to take phone calls, so I need something that's protecting my hearing. It gives you 6-time hearing enhancement and also has active noise blocking. So hit the link in the description.
That's a good product. Compared to the Axles that I got that almost blew my fucking ears out when someone fired a 30-06 near me. Boomer hats now available. Nice. Hey there, Seku.
I'm gonna check these bad boys out. Here's where this whole thing completely falls apart. And this is the part they don't want you thinking about for more than 5 seconds. Police were there. A police station was a block away. Police had guns and they froze. They didn't engage. They didn't rush him. They didn't stop it. But a civilian with no gun had more balls than everyone else and tried to rush him with his bare hands and got shot for it. So explain this to me.
If that civilian had a gun and had the legal capacity to kill the guy, that's it. That would have been over right there and then. He got the drop on the shooter. If he had a gun, he could have just put 3 in his back and that's it. And then find the other one and do that to him.
You want me to give up my guns and depend on the same system that just showed me it can't protect me when it matters most? Are you serious? This is where the government should be explaining itself. Instead, they flip it. Instead of saying we failed, they say you need to give up more. That's not leadership, that's punishment. And don't forget, these guns were registered. The government already had control. They already had the paperwork. They already had the system, and it still failed. This guy owned these guns legally, and they're still wanting more background checks. They're still wanting more confiscation. They're still wanting more gun control. So how does taking more guns from people who didn't do shit fix that? It doesn't. And this is why this whole common sense gun control line is a lie. Because common sense would say, if your system failed, you fix the system. You don't disarm the people who are...
Yeah, you don't double down on the same fucking system that obviously doesn't work.
...left dealing with the consequences of your failured system. The failure is not even a word, but it is what it is. 5 years ago, I showed you Australians saying this out loud.
The bottom line is people want to know that they have a right to defend themselves.
We come from a small country town and it started happening there, and just with having a 6-week-old baby, I like to know that I can protect her and that we feel safe in our own home.
I would say that the politicians in this country, in Australia, have missed the boat entirely. And they've harmed a lot of people who didn't deserve harming with their laws and their approach to it.
Because the firearms they still own that haven't been banned have to be locked up, unloaded, and unavailable.
Completely
get
cucked.
real. If I have someone break in here, I've got to go get the bolt, get the rifle, find the ammunition somewhere else, put it all together, and then defend myself.
That's what gun control looked like on the ground. Criminals didn't follow the rules. Law-abiding people...
Another thing, why was non-citizens on government list legally given guns in the first place? He was on a visa? So that's a whole different tangent. I think that it would require us to... I'm fine with only citizens having access to specific rights. That's a valid concern. But also, I'm sorry, the blank slatism has been proven to be wrong. There are just populations of people who are inherently more prone to violence, especially ideological violence. It is absolutely no coincidence that the vast majority, like the absolute, this overwhelming majority of all terror attacks are Muslim. And then there are a few communists as runner-ups. Oh, sorry about that.
Didn't magically disappear either. This is about control. And the reason Australia can do this so easily is simple. They don't have a Second Amendment. No line in the sand, no constitutional no. Oversight, banned. Overnight, banned. Overnight, confiscated. Comply or go to jail. And people still want to ask why Americans fight so hard to protect the Second.
Remember, Australia is the same population that was just loaded into fucking COVID camps, and all they could do about that is cope and seethe. That is all they could do. I think that was, I forget if it's the same guy, the Pew Pew Jew, who, I don't remember if it's the same guy as the tactical rabbi. There's a couple of those guys, but he's made a pretty banger tweet recently saying that people who train with ARs don't get into the cattle car. And that is actually a big yes, a big same. Because yes, an armed population who is trained with their firearms actually doesn't get into the cattle cars. I am completely on board with that. There were some Fuentes tards in the replies kind of missing the entire point, but it is just that.
Amendment. This is why. Because if your rights aren't protected, the people in power can just take them, especially when they hide behind tragedy to do it. So no, this isn't about Bondi anymore. This is about a government failing its people and then using that failure as an excuse to take even more from them. That's not safety, that is control. They tried this already. They were warned the first time, it didn't work. And instead of admitting that, they're doing it again. And that's exactly why some of us refuse to give an inch, because we've already seen how this story ends.
No. We're done giving. We're only taking now. We're gonna tear down the fucking NFA. We're getting full auto civilian machine guns.
One thing's for certain and two things are for sure.
All right, that's just the outro. God, it makes me so fucking angry. Which one do I want to poison my mind with? I guess Canada to criminalize biblical passage with new hate speech law. Since we're on the subject of the Commonwealth, I guess we can continue.
Canada to criminalize biblical passages with new hate speech law. You know,
but not the hadiths.
We no longer have freedom of religion in Canada, and I'm hardly surprised. Current rules state that anyone expressing views based on belief in a religious text can avoid prosecution for hate speech. Canadian MPs have voted to scrap a long-standing religious exemption from the country's hate speech laws, following a deal struck between the Liberals and the Bloc Québécois. The Fiery Commons Committee.
A deal between the French separatists and the Liberals. Fantastic.
A meeting on Tuesday saw Liberal MPs back an amendment to Bill C9, known as the Combating Hate Act, that would remove protections for those quoting religious texts. So basically, parts of the Bible would now be banned in Canada. You're not allowed them. Right, and of course it came to the Liberals. Liberals are the biggest authoritarians out there. They want absolute government control while they still portray themselves as the little balaclava on, spray paint and stuff. Yeah, we're like the brave freedom fighters, aren't we? Yeah. They're just propping up a government that's one of the most authoritarian in Canadian history. It's funny as shit. They have no self-awareness whatsoever. Under current rules, anyone expressing views in good faith and based on belief in a religious text can avoid prosecution for hate speech. The Bloc has pushed for years to close what it sees as a loophole that allows homophobia, anti-Semitism and racial abuse to hide behind religious justification. Okay, so no more religious freedom in Canada. Unless you're Jewish or Muslim. Although I believe this law is specifically around to target Muslims, that's why. And they're basically going, well, we can't just target Islam. So we'll make it everybody. Right, so you're going to ban the Jewish Talmud then?
Well, the Talmud technically isn't a religious text. It's... Never mind. It's a civil law text.
Bet you fucking won't. Bloc Justice critical Rial Fortin argued if Bill C9 is to truly fight hate crime, we have to remove this religious exemption. The fallout began after radical Ibam Adil Charkoui called for all Zionist aggressors to be killed. Mr. Charkoui.
On my way, on your way to the range day with your old man. Good stuff. Good stuff.
Coué claimed his remarks were a prayer and
what are you shooting today?
Therefore could not, under the existing law, be classed as hate speech. The Quebec prosecutor's office concluded in May of last year that no criminal offence had been committed.
I mean, you could also just start deporting Muslims and prohibit proliferation of Islam.
The proposed amendment has sparked fierce opposition from religious communities and Conservative MPs alike. Pierre Poilievre, the Conservative leader, posted on X that the change would criminalise sections of the Bible, Quran, Torah and other sacred texts. Meanwhile, his colleague Andrew Lawton described it as a full-scale assault on religious freedom, which it in fact is.
Just concealed carries today. Good. You need to get your reps in on those. I don't do enough with mine. I try every time I go out to the range. I try to shoot at least a couple of mags, do some reload drills, but still. You've returned from ads with water. What has Canada done now? They are removing religious exemptions for what they term as hate speech in their continued legislative retardation, which I don't know, man. I'm just generally not on board with the whole fucking shtick. You could just deport Muslims and ban them from preaching, and that's it. You solve the entire problem right there and then.
However, like liberals don't give a fuck about religion. They
No. There's no exemption for Muslims. The Muslims are actually the reason this law is there, but the law is so broad that it affects everyone.
Fucking love Muslims. Don't know why. They like literally the most least liberal fucking religion in existence, practically. Right? They love that shit. But even though Muslims, if they went over to a Muslim country, they'd kill them. Wait a minute, you're gay? What's a pandemic gender? Get up in the roof. Right? That's what they would do, right? I don't know why liberals love Islam so much. Because once Islam takes over, there will be no liberalism. You know,
because it's oppressed brown people. That's simple as.
Every cloud and all that, right? So I don't know why they're so obsessed with Islam. Not a fucking clue. Right? But they fucking hate Christians. They've hated Christians for...
Which is funny because Islam is just a more fucking deranged version of other Abrahamic religions. That's all it is. It is Christianity and Judaism on trend.
For a very, very long time, liberals. They despise Christians. Jews, not so much. They're starting to. They're getting there. The amount of times that I've been like, I've been out with women, and
as Hamas has taught us, gravity is very homophobic. Yeah, I don't remember where I wrote that, but the only reason Palestinians have stopped throwing gays off of roofs is because they no longer have buildings tall enough.
They're like one of those fucking like, free Palestine, and then they're feeling like, oh, I hate Israel, and then I'm like, oh, I hate Israel too, and then they're kind of like, we flat out fucking terrified a guy in the catty because I'm sitting there with a bunch of friends of mine who are skinheads, essentially. One of them is a member of a prescribed group, won't go into it, right? And then he was sitting there talking to us about Palestine, and we were all like, oh yeah, we're not fans either. And the guy kind of went, all right, because of this, and we were like, yeah. And you saw his face kind of like realizing when he kind of like looked at what everyone looked like and went, all right, okay, well, enjoy your night. Like, left. These people are like, fuck Nazis, yeah, fuck Nazis. But when they've got a bunch looking them in the face, they fucking panic. Yeah, they're good.
See, that's why I carry a gun. It doesn't matter to me if you're a pro-Palestine protester or an actual unironic neo-Nazi skinhead. I will put you into the fucking earth.
Guys, they're great. Like, that's the thing is, they're great drinking buddies. Right? They're great drinking buddies. Just don't bring up politics. That's it. You just don't have to talk politics with them. They're great.
I mean, I wouldn't enjoy the company of people with double-digit IQs, I don't think.
Drinking buddies. I don't have any communist drinking buddies, sadly, because they never have fucking money. Meanwhile, his colleague Andrew Lawton described it as a full-scale assault on religious freedom. The Canadian Conference of Catholic Bishops wrote to Prime Minister Mark Carney expressing significant concerns, arguing the exemption has served as an essential safeguard protecting Canadians from prosecution for sincere religious expression. Hasib Hassan from the National Council of Canadian Muslims said, I think all Canadians can recognise that this is an issue that affects all of them, including religious and non-religious Canadians. Again, sorry for hitting the vape so much, I'm trying to quit. Justice Minister Sean Fraser has firmly rejected claims that the amendment threatens religious freedom. I mean, it does. You're not letting people preach parts of their holy books. You have restricted their freedom to do so.
I mean, to be fair, I think it's perfectly fine to just completely ban the Quran. I don't take issue with that one. Ban preaching it, study it, own it, read it. Sure. Just you can't proselytize. You can't have mosques. You can't spread your fucking cancer of an ideology. You do not train to put people in the earth because you don't work at a funeral home. Fair enough. I mean, they'll get there eventually.
You've restricted their freedom to do something religious because it's in their holy books. You are, in fact, restricting religious freedom. I love how, like, they go, no, it's not. It's like we're not, like, governments genuinely think the average person is dumb as fuck.
Right, to be fair, the average person is dumb as fuck because those are the people who are voting that government in. I've said before that Islam should be considered like any other death cult, not a recognized religion. I mean, a lot of if you really read into the core texts of like the hardcore practitioners of even most Abrahamic religions, they're all death cults one way or another. It's just that some of them have been defanged and castrated to the extent where they can exist in polite society, which is very much the case for both Christianity and Judaism. Like both of those have moved on from most of their regressive practices, and you know they can live in polite society while practicing those. The same just has to be done with Islam, or it just has to go entirely. The God of Abraham has been a disaster. It's a mixed bag, okay? It solved a lot of important problems in the moment. It established a lot of good case law, but you know, there's some iteration that had to take place, you know?
They genuinely do, because they're all fucking rich Ponzi kids that grew up on mummy and daddy's credit card. They've never met like a person. They've met like a facsimile of fucking people, you know. Rich people go out and put those faces on, you know, in between molesting children. They go.
Having lived close to Dearborn for most of your life, you haven't been wanting a global erasure of Islam. You haven't been wanting a global erasure of Islam for most of your life? Well, I guess agree to disagree.
Go out and like put those faces on and everything when they're acting in public, with the cravat and a blazer and all that shit. That's what they do. They've never met an actual person. Right, they meet faces and masks all the time. They've never met a real fucking person, right? And that's why they think everybody's stupid.
I love how Dankula and you agree on so many things regarding the tops.
Pause being up to you.
I mean, you share the same class of tops, basically.
Again, why don't you just accept your authoritarianism? You're so annoying.
Your phone is trying to fix your wrong thing? I see. Okay, then you...
I fucking hate government agents. Speaking at a press conference on Tuesday, he insisted it would in no way, shape or form prevent a religious leader from reading their religious text. It will not criminalize faith. Okay, so we're able to like read them out loud then in sermons and churches and stuff like that. That's still going to be totally allowed, will it? Will it? Someone try and get
reading the Epstein files on stream. Good luck with that.
To answer that question.
Thank you for checking in.
And fucking panic. Mr. Fraser went further, saying that suggesting otherwise was a pervasion of the values that the major religions in this country around the world stand for. Shut the fuck up. You can't go after religion and then say, actually, what religion really stands for is shut up. Shut the fuck up. Just shut up. That's not how that fucking works. Actually go, you want to protect religion? Well, real religion would fucking... No, shut up. You're not no true Scotsman in something that you're not even fucking part of. Right? Shut the fuck up. The minister pointed out that constitutional protections from freedom of religion and expression remain firmly in place.
Do they,
for
though?
Now. They get these little laws just their foot in the door at the start. That's what they use these for. No. It's totally not going to do that. Oh, it voted in. That's great. Year later. Okay, now it's going to do that a little. Now it's going to do that a little more. Now it's going to do that a little bit more. Now it is in fact doing that in its entirety. That was the plan the entire time, but we can't just pass laws like that. We have to get little basic bitch laws in.
Dankula, the word you're looking for is incrementalism. I guess that's going to be the word of the day.
First, and then we build on those laws from then on, because they don't require enough foresight, enough oversight, and enough regulation. And it's easy. Basically, it's very, very hard to get a law in. It's very, very hard to get a law in. It's very, very easy to expand on a law.
How hard is it to get a law in with a liberal majority supported by the Quebecois? I'm not Christian, but I know what Christianity means. I'm not American, but I know what makes an American. I'm not a gun owner. Now let me tell you how your guns and actions should be controlled. Yeah. I mean, they appeal to your values for so long as it's convenient to them.
Already in. Right, that's why these things need to be killed dead right away. Right, because as soon as they get their foot in the door, that's it. There's not really much you can do about it after that. Isn't democracy wonderful? Where we have literally no say fucking whatsoever in the laws that govern us. Even if you had 99% of people out in the street saying we don't want this, the government's going to go tough titty. Because
Canada voted overwhelmingly for the Liberal Party. They are actually suffering the direct consequences of their voting choices.
Government's only interested in protecting itself, not you. Not you, they don't care. They want full authoritarianism because they don't want their power threatened. That's what all laws boil down to. Governments don't want their power threatened. They're in their position. Their wages are comprised entirely of your taxes. They increase their wages all the time. They get bonuses and payouts and all that type of stuff. That's a nice big fat cash cow. And they need to protect that cash cow. And the way they do that is with more laws that protect their power. That's why they do it. Democracy always, as we're discovering, democracy has only been a big global experiment for like about the last 120 something years.
I mean, direct democracy is kind of a shit show just because the lay person cannot be trusted with voting because the lay person is by definition low information and low IQ.
Right, roughly about that, especially after World War I with the fall of monarchies all over Europe. It's only been an experiment for about that amount of time, right? And as we are discovering, because basically, the Greeks invented it, it was done a little bit back then, but it's never been done like on a global scale. And what we're discovering is the fact that on a global scale, democracy eventually morphs into authoritarianism. It always does.
No, it doesn't. No, that's not how that works, my guy. You're oversimplifying a complex issue here. You're also looping in every form of direct voting, which not all of them are democracies.
Because you don't just pass it. They never just pass a bunch of laws and go rape, murder, theft, blah, blah, blah. The big ones, yep, that's fine. Right? These are going to be illegal. No, it's expanding constantly all the time. More rules, more laws, more regulations, and it will keep going and going and going and going until it will be completely
direct democracy is inherent shit show. To quote Churchill, best argument against democracy is a 10-minute conversation with the average voter. Yeah, exactly.
Distinguishable from fascism. Oh, but it's totally not fascism though, because even though we can arrest you for saying things against the government and this and that, like, it's fine though, because you get to change the face of the person doing it every 4 years. Except for him, where we've banned them from running because we don't like them.
Well, that's not democracy anymore now, is it?
Because again, they're a threat to our power. You see how it works now. But anyway, it's all right. Democracy might work one day.
I mean, a representative constitutional republic seems to work just fine.
Still needs to clear the third reading in the House before heading to the Senate. Beyond the religious exemption row, Bill C9 contains several other measures designed to tackle hate crime. It would make obstructing access to places of worship punishable by up to 10 years in prison, covering everything from blocking doors to roads outside synagogues, mosques, and other gathering places. Why not churches? Why not just say churches? Why not just say that? Yeah, because you fucking won't.
You agree with him in general? You think there's a difference from a republic and a democracy? You think on democracy specifically he is correct? See, Anarchist, I think you have a more nuanced take on it because Dankula is referencing just, generalized rule by an official voted in by the population. He's not really splitting hairs between representative republics or constitutional republics and direct democracies.
Well, yeah. The legislation also targets the public display of terror and hate symbols, including those linked to Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Islamic State. How about that? Crazy. And there we are at the end of the article. Right, this is just...
First comment, nothing will happen. Kind of a lukewarm take. I guess we can move on to more lukewarm takes. So Think Before You Sleep has produced a pretty scathing video on abroad in Japan. I've had my criticisms of Chris. He's given me the ick by being a consistent adherent of the religion of line go up. Therefore, everything that makes line go up, even if it doesn't actually make the line go up, is therefore good and justifiable. But apparently, he's a fake Japan enjoyer as well. So we're going to take a look at this.
Large content creator, both literally and metaphorically, you should be willing to accept a degree of scrutiny. I know I do every time I release a video, people attack me for various things.
Sounds good. I'm glad Chris is so open to criticism. For those of you who don't know, there's been a little drama going on in the Japan YouTuber space between Oriental Pearl and the owner of probably the biggest foreigner in Japan YouTube channel, Chris Broad. The whole thing has been shocking because previously I was a longtime fan of Chris. He seems like a genuine good guy who is fun to watch, but what I've ended up finding out while watching this whole event unfold is that Chris is kind of a petty sociopath who is probably guilty of at least 2 different crimes.
He's also a deranged leftist. Like, every time he decides to comment on American politics for some reason, despite not living in America and not being American, it's always the dumbest shit you can ever imagine.
If you want the full story, then you can watch this video here that I made, but for the people who haven't seen it yet, let's do a quick recap of the stuff that's happened that's related to this video. This whole thing started out when Oriental Pearl, or Alyssa, made a video called What is Happening to Japan?, where she tries to bring awareness to problems like graffiti, homelessness, and a popular news story in Japan about teenagers who are runaways from abusive homes.
The graffiti just seems to be getting worse. I've seen this over the last few years. The city actually did come and repaint this whole bridge because it looked like that green wall before. But as you see, it's already back.
Chris didn't like this video, so he went onto Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, the YouTube community tab, and Alyssa's comment section to air out his grievances and to be an apologist for criminals, to which I'm sure the Japanese people are just super happy about. In response, Alyssa posted on Facebook and made a video asking Chris to remove the comments, which, as I said in the prior video, I can see why she asked him to do that, but I think it was a bad move because it looks a lot like censoring critics. Next, the most egregious part, Chris releases this video here where he does such bad research on homelessness that I can only assume that it was intentional to minimize how much of an issue it is in Japan.
The area is also synonymous with Tokyo's homeless population as far back as 2003, which, according to the statistics, is thankfully going down. And if you walk around there today, compared to 10 years ago, there are far less homeless people.
This is wrong.
Fewer homeless people. Countables go with fewer.
The article that he got these numbers from admits they are inaccurate right under the headline. Chris also takes Alyssa out of context numerous times, one of which where he's CNN-style or BBC-style editor to make it look like she's laughing at homeless people.
A few years ago, a friend showed me a clip of a video in which the same person walked through an economically deprived part of Tokyo filming homeless people.
Oh my gosh, this is a rough area.
Under the guise of showing the real Japan.
What actually happened here is that Alyssa was being sexually harassed and was laughing uncomfortably after a guy offered to buy her for sex.
No. Oh my gosh, this is a rough area.
So he actually took this audio and spliced it over a different video to make it look like she was poking fun at people in the area.
Yeah, ちょっとやばい話です。大丈夫です。
Chris's edit of this moment very much looks like defamation, and in Japan, where they both live, defamation, I believe, is a criminal offense.
Abroad in Japan, you should be ashamed of yourself. You knew exactly what you were doing.
If you still have respect for the guy at this point, I question you.
And last, Chris has filmed a number of videos that look a lot like paid advertisements and hasn't exactly been transparent about being compensated in return for promoting companies like Japan Railways. In fact, it seems like in this one, he went out of his way to convince the audience that it wasn't an ad. This is a crime in America, and I'm not a Japanese lawyer, but I believe it's also a crime in Japan. Which brings us back to Chris's video, What is happening?
I doubt it's a crime in Japan. It's probably, I don't think it's a crime here actually if you structure it correctly. So this is more of a nitpick. Like professional practices, I'm less muffed about that.
Happening to Japan, where he has changed the pinned comment to respond to recent events. Now this comment has been edited multiple times, but for the sake of authenticity, I'm going to use the original. Over the past couple of days, an onslaught of channels, many of whom appear to be friends of the creator in question, have criticized this video and myself. An onslaught of channels? Chris,
You know about Japan here, it depends heavily on how you frame it. I
go
guess
fuck
so.
yourself. Your video alone got like 10 times the exposure that our videos got, which, by the way, was just 4 creators, and this is not including the additional 2 or so million views of exposure that Chris got because of all the people who blindly agreed with him. To sit here and call this an onslaught of channels against you and pretend that you're the victim here when you started this and you by yourself have way more influence than all of us combined is insane. Not to say that my channel is small, but Chris is friends with like PewDiePie and a ton of the most popular influencers on the internet. This is by no means a fair fight, and he is not the victim. I originally hoped to draw a line under the matter, but since a handful of viewers have asked for further context, I'm absolutely willing to elaborate. He's talking about me here. This comment was made in response to my video. Who else would he be talking about? He kept his mouth shut about this for over 3 weeks and conveniently had a response 2 or 3 days after my video released. But notice that just like how he blurred out Oriental Pearl's face and her channel name in his video, he did not cite any of the source material that he's talking about here in the pinned comment or let people know where they could find the criticism. It's almost like he doesn't want people fact-checking him by watching the source video. And make no
Oh yeah, because he's gonna look bad as a result of that. Of course he doesn't want that.
mistake, the reason he is saying something now is not because like 3 or 4 viewers wanted further clarification. It's because he likely was just caught committing multiple crimes. He doesn't want people to know about this, which is why instead of going on to every social media platform in existence to air out his grievances, like he originally did with Alyssa, he posts this response on the pinned comment of a video that's already got most of the views that it will get for the time being. So the millions of people who are misinformed by that defamatory edit he made of Alyssa won't see this response.
An edit that he removed from the video, by the way.
Moving on, in CNN or BBC-like fashion, Chris starts his post off with a bunch of irrelevant filler bullshit content that he is using in the hopes that his viewers will get bored of reading before he actually responds to the most egregious allegations. This makes you look guilty, Chris. Anyway, so he starts his message out with whataboutism filler content about faces not being blurred.
He's talking more about that particular video. I think the more interesting part is quite different. I think that the more interesting part is an observation about Chris's spoken Japanese. As you may notice, he never speaks Japanese extensively in his videos. So, and that's an observation that I've made. I just usually don't speculate on sort of people's proficiency levels because like I'm effectively uneducated. It is a stroke of good luck that I am conversational in Japanese. So I don't typically go out of my way to assess other people's handling of it. But think before you sleep. Found some clips. We're gonna go and just fast forward to that section in particular, if I can find it. Let's see.
About personal drama his fiance has than it is about morality. And this isn't the first time that Chris has taken shots at Alyssa.
With Tokyo vlog content overload from other channels, anything unique, exciting, and new from abroad in Japan.
Person in this niche. I believe that it's Xiaoma, who is so ridiculous that he literally made a video where he's like, I surprised than another creator making a video he didn't like. Audience and other creators. The concerning part is that Chris is actually fairly politically radical, but he's hiding it because he has a mixed audience and doesn't want to lose followers. Before I elaborate on that.
Oh, that is true. He does hang around the same clique of unctuous communists who are effectively like all some form of extended Hassan dick riders.
Let's talk about the comment section from Chris's video. Now, I would be lying if I said I didn't notice that Chris's comment section changed.
He can't stop himself from crashing out over Trump every time he comes up in his little podcast that he does with the other British dude.
Changed a bit after my video came out. That's just what happens when anyone gets criticized on YouTube. Unfortunately, there's nothing that you can really do about it. However, the issue here is that prior to this, Chris made a big deal by saying it was censorship when Alyssa asked him to remove his comments about her, and did a speech on how creators should be open to scrutiny.
I like this person. I dislike their content.
Nationalist, when all I did in my video was say what Japanese people are saying, then I think that maybe Japan isn't that great of a fit for him. He literally liked a comment that had the energy of, Everyone I disagree with is a Nazi.
The King of America himself is here.
Stances are. However, he will slip up a bit with dog whistles like this.
There it is.
In fact, the King of America himself is here in Japan for, I think, 48 hours.
You wish you had a monarch as based as Donald Trump.
Mr. Trump, President Trump is here.
There's also this little moment here when he talks about the menu from when Japanese Prime Minister Takaichi and Trump met.
I've just found the menu for what they had for lunch. They had, the Prime Minister had lunch. Here's what they had. I mean, the steak sounds good. Don't know about the rest, but what do you reckon? Would you be happy with that if you're the dictator?
You can see he kind of stopped himself there, and these sort of seem like innocuous comments, but he said them to virtue signal to his leftist audience without pissing off the people on the right who also watch him. He wants the left to know where he lies politically, but he still wants the YouTube money and the tourism money from people on the right, so he'll purposefully make his exact stances unclear. But there are dog whistles like this all over Chris's content. And what I've found is that when you get people like, say, Illimation, who are pretending to be non-political while at the same time not being able to shut up about their politics, these tend to be people who are very much towards the extreme end of their side. Make no mistake, if you scroll back far enough, you can see a less calculated Chris expressing some Trump derangement syndrome on Twitter in 2016. And to this I say, Chris, nobody cares about your opinion on Trump. You aren't American, nor do you live in America or have U.S. citizenship.
Yeah, this.
How about you stay?
I will go a step forward. If you are an expat living in Japan, even if you're American, I don't think you should be able to vote because you pay no federal income tax because we have a dual taxation agreement with Japan, which means all of your income is taxed in Japan and you're not contributing anything to America. So shut the fuck up and nobody cares.
Out of politics that you aren't beholden to.
What's your favorite thing about Donald Trump? There isn't a favorite thing. Zero.
My favorite thing about Donald Trump is that one day he will die.
Here. Messed up, right? Instead of fighting against a chatter wishing death on Trump, Chris agrees with them.
This is, by the way, okay to do on Twitch.
Now, Connor did have enough sense to say the comment was morbid, but neither of them say they disagree.
Deal
you know that video I did with you where we went to Love Hotel and I jokingly read Art of the Deal?
Yeah.
Some people thought I was serious and were like, I'm really disappointed in you, Chris. Supporting Donald Trump. And it's like, no. I was making fun of the world's shitest book. How did you not see that?
So after seeing this, I don't think it's too outlandish to point out that the second reason I think that Chris attacked Alyssa and thought it was okay to defame her is because she is politically on the right, and he's a part of the segment of the left that openly hates and dehumanizes people they disagree with. But also, it's a little bit bigger than that, and I do have strong concerns about Chris's politics, considering that he has a lot of influence on foreign communities. And that's not just his channel in itself, but also all the channels that he influences through his friend group and his tourism brand agency, Sekai Studios. These are huge. Chris and his trash taste friend group have a lot of influence. And that's not to say that tourism is bad or immigration is bad.
No, I'd say both things are bad, especially if it's facilitated by shit heels like the Trash Taste podcast. You're about to hate all of the UK at once? You're kind of late to the party, no Terry. What did they do again?
But in Japan, it's gotten ridiculous, and Chris has repeated the sentiment that he is unhappy when there isn't a constant flow of tourism.
Both the Lost Bar team and the JJ Sim team, right, both must be like, Chris, oh my God, numbers are low, there's less people in the bar, what's going on? I'm like, have you not looked out of bloody window? It's Suyu, it's rainy season. For all of June, it basically rains, and it doesn't stop. And
I've been in Japan in June. It rains, yeah, sure, but like it doesn't really prevent you from doing any of the interesting things.
No tourists come to Japan. Like the number of tourists massively drops off a cliff.
Good.
It's a good time to come here, though.
Right. Just make sure the local population never has a break from over-tourism. I think
over-tourism is corrected by not having visa waivers for tourists. Just make everyone get an entry visa. That's it. The waiver system no longer works.
Established that Chris has a huge profit motive in helping drown out Japanese culture with a constant flow of tourists. But this isn't the only concerning thing that he has promoted.
The number of foreigners working in Japan hits an all-time high. 25% come from the same country.
It's quite a cool thing to see. Much needed,
is
given
it though?
The decline of population. The LDP, the ruling...
Line go up. Again, line go up. Every single Brit you keep running into has this fucking air of, surely my opinion is enlightened enough by the excellent British educational tradition to second guess and tut-tut the US at every fucking turn. Don't you see the problem? The line isn't going up. The line must go up. And you just want to throw them into a vat of cold oil.
Government over the last sort of decade has been kind of sneakily bringing in more and more people. They've done a pretty good job bringing in sort of 250,000 foreigners a year to fill the...
How is that a good fucking job? How is it a good thing to bring in 250,000 foreigners into a country of barely over 100 million people? Oh, sorry, I'm pressing buttons now.
And try and fill in the void of workers, because there just aren't enough young people in Japan to fill all the jobs, the vacancies that are popping up in
that is horse shit.
Convenience stores and restaurants and whatnot.
He means the third world. If you look at the article they're reading, it's mostly people from poor countries that are immigrating. That's who you'll see working in the convenience stores if you go to Japan. And by the way, just as a side note, because the topic of anti-foreign sentiment came up in Chris's video, when it comes to anti-foreign sentiment, Logan Paul and Johnny Somali aren't really that big of an issue. They're just a hot-button topic for Westerners who don't know that much about Japan.
Well, yes and no. I think that they embolden idiots by advertising the fact that Japan is a very soft touch for people who don't fit in, as long as they're foreigners who can leave. Because if you're a Japanese person and you're being a shithead, you will suffer consequences. Usually it's very, it's not unique to Japan. Like, a lot of societies have a means of self-regulating people who are bad actors or otherwise somehow not a great fit for society. A recent example of that is fucking Into the Memory Hole, who was a funny reply guy to Elon for a bit, but then he kind of drank his own Kool-Aid a little too hard and ended up getting fired because apparently ranting about the Jews is not a great look in a professional environment. But I digress. The thing with Johnny Somali is that and Logan Paul for that matter, is that they've advertised Japan as a place where you can go, do whatever the fuck you want, annoy the locals, be a nuisance, and then just leave and nothing happens.
Japan doesn't...
And it creates copycats. It has a proven track record of creating copycats, as we have seen with the myriad kick streamers who then saw that and proceeded to go to Japan to do dumb shit.
Really have a lot of prejudice towards Americans. The actual prejudice towards foreigners from Japanese people is towards the Chinese and Southeast Asians.
That's also true. That's the thing that I've heard from actual Japanese people.
And I mean Japanese people really do not like the Chinese because they're infamous for poor behavior.
I mean, I don't like the Chinese tourists because they're very obviously a big source of a lot of the issues with the high traffic areas in Japan. Like, you can't go to fucking Nanzenji or to Kyomizudera past 11 a.m. just because the place becomes lousy with the Chinese tourists. And they're loud, they're obnoxious, they smoke in places they're not allowed to smoke in, they litter, and they are the reason why a lot of the sort of things that seem common sense need to be put on a sign now. Like, don't break the branches, don't take shit from the garden, don't litter on temple grounds.
They see the Chinese how Twitter sees Indians. Now, Chris does bring up long working hours being a problem in Japan when it comes to low birth rates, but outside of that, he doesn't really push back against mass immigration at all.
I mean, you could also, I've said this previously and I will say it again, if you want your young people to have children, have you considered not taxing them to death so that they can actually afford to have children?
Instead, he's like, no, actually, it's a good thing to destroy Japan's culture by importing infinite poor people who will accept lower wages and lower working conditions just like they do in the West.
You know, I think people are shocked and surprised when they go into a store and they don't see Japanese workers anymore. It's quite a big change, quite a big deal in Japan, I think. Yeah, it's quite a big change.
I think this is a retarded solution to the problem, and we should all
Hear.
be rejecting the idea of globalism, where the entire world is just a blob of every kind of person, and nothing is actually unique or rich in culture like Japan. And while it is true that labor shortages can be a problem, Chris's solution to this issue is becoming vastly unpopular with Japanese people. And it's unpopular because mass immigration will not fix the core issues that are causing low birth rates. All it's going to do is turn Japan into the third world.
It's not a solution, it's just a new problem.
However, I don't think stuff like drowning out the culture of Japan matters to Chris, because I don't think Chris is really all that interested in genuinely helping Japanese people. I think he just sees it as a place to profit. The reason I think that is because of something else that I held back on from the previous video. I don't think Chris speaks Japanese. I don't think he cares enough about Japanese people to learn the language, and apparently, I'm not the only one who feels that way.
Because honestly, I don't know if abroad in Japan is fluent at this point.
I don't think he is.
Out of the two, I would say Oriental Pearl is probably a better speaker, which could be part of the problem.
Honestly, I thought I was the only one who thought it was incredibly suspicious that you can never find Chris speaking more than like 3 words of Japanese, outside of maybe 2 videos that were made years ago. In one of them, he goes to a Japanese language learning school, and his Japanese is so basic that they had to put him in a beginner class, despite having lived in Japan for almost 7 years at that point. During the video, not only is his pronunciation...
How do you not become fluent in a language living in a country for 7 years? Like that actually boggles the mind. I can't even begin to grasp of how the fuck do you manage that. I am very comfortably conversational in Japanese, with most of my pronunciation being fairly passable, to be confused for someone who's an expat living there, while never actually having spent more than a month a year. Why would you not engage with the Japanese? The daily. You have an opportunity. It's not even just about being proactive in engaging with it. It's you look at the Hispanics who have been here for 10 plus years and can't speak English. Well, they should be deported. By being insular and or staying inside. That is so cucked, though. Like, last time I went to Japan, I haven't spoken a lick of English for weeks at a time, just because I had no reason to do that. Like, I didn't engage with any English-speaking people after I was done with work, and in my own free time, I only spoke Japanese to the people around me. And I think that the environment is just so conducive to you engaging in the Japanese language that you will just eventually naturally go with the flow of it. He's basically a white Somali in the the equivalent of Minnesota.
Horrendous, and I can't emphasize enough how much Chris butchers the Japanese language in his videos. So not only that, but if you know Japanese, you can see that he mistranslates the specific nuance of what's being said in the subtitles.
He barely even an attempt has made at correct pronunciation. I would say he speaks day to day on a very basic level. He has obviously a certain handle of certain words. He cuts corners. He doesn't know common vernacular. For example, like he's going like YouTube no koto o shiteru node. So he's simplifying it. Well, I'm doing the YouTube thing, as opposed to saying that YouTube to shite katsudou o shite sasete itadakimasu. So he doesn't have sort of common formal vocabulary.
Cool. Thank you very much.
These subtitles are wrong. The teacher said, "When did Chris come to Japan?" And the students responded, 6 years ago. Chris's translation was, "How long has Chris been in Japan?" And the students responded, 6 years, which is wrong. Now, this may seem super nitpicky because he got the gist of it correct. However, he makes multiple nuance errors in his translation throughout the video, and the problem is that this Japanese is very basic. This type of conversation is the first thing that you learn in Japanese study, and if he's making nuance mistakes on stuff this basic, close to 7...
He's also making nuance mistakes on things that he's doing in post, which means that he doesn't register that mistake at all. It's not like a on-the-spot kind of thing when you're in the hot seat and like you can have certain small errors slip through. No, like he's there writing the script and doing the closed captions for the video.
7 years after you moved, then he did not put that much effort into studying, which means there's no way that he understands any complex Japanese. And it shows in other content even when he's not speaking that much. For example, in this video that was in my first video about Chris, I noticed something that I didn't really elaborate on because other people that are more fluent than me fought me on it because Chris has been living in Japan for 13 years. Of course he can speak Japanese.
For 13 years.
So in this video, I noticed that not only does he fail at basic pronunciation and stumbles a lot when speaking despite only saying 3 words at a time, he's speaking in short sentences because it makes it easier to hide how bad he is. That's a technique that fake polyglots use a lot. So not only that, but the Japanese lady is using a lot of borrowed English words instead of the Japanese words for them to help him out, and she's gesturing a lot to indicate the meaning of the words that she's using.
あれね、クリスが来てくれてから、YouTube に上げてから、そう、外国のお客さんが、いっぱい来てくれるようになって。
So the pace that she's speaking with is like it is a, it's not condescending. It is an accommodating pace that the Japanese will speak to people who are not proficient in the language. It's her attempting to meet him halfway because she doesn't speak English. This motherfucker should be able to invent new dirty talk mid-stroke. Well, I mean, his not wife is also, I don't think she's British. I don't know if she's British or not, but it's like she's not Japanese. Also allegedly has made OnlyFans in the past. So I don't know how much in the field practice he gets in that particular area. Been in Japan longer than the average Muslim bride has been alive. So wild.
Oh my god. どちらの国に彼がですか？
オーストラリ
God, he butchered that fucking
ア
sentence.
とか、カナダからも来た。
どうやってコミュニケーションできますか？
もうとにかくこうジェス
Kaiwa. There is a word for that. You don't need to use a British communication fucking loan word. Kaiwa is the word you use for that.
Thank you とかね、もうでお茶飲むとかね、もう。
For those of you who can't speak Japanese, to put it simply, she's speaking to him like a retard.
Okay. Not entirely inaccurate.
Him living in the country for 7 years at that point. Now, Chris did release this video here around a year prior, where he is
let me put that into context. The instructor who certifies my tea ceremony doesn't speak like that to me. Like, she expects me to know better and just speaks to me normally. Even though, like, I don't know, as far back as like when did she stop doing that? So before, she used to go through my direct instructor and she would just translate. But once I got at least somewhat conversational, once she sort of noticed that I no longer need translations, she just started speaking directly to me without even slowing down the pace.
Noticeably better, despite still speaking low-level Japanese, so either he cheated with scripting and editing, or he got worse over time. But in this video, he provides some clarity on why he has such poor Japanese, even though he had been living in Japan for a long time.
I haven't actually spoken Japanese in a long time.
It's good practice.
I really don't speak it as much as I should because a lot of my friends speak English rather well.
That's the thing. They always want to practice English, so you feel bad speaking Japanese with them.
So he lives in a gaijin bubble. Gaijin means foreigner for those of you who don't watch anime, and it's not uncommon for foreigners in Japan to only associate with other foreigners.
I really hate that. I really hate expat cliques. I can't even begin to express how regressive and harmful that is to the people who stay in those bubbles.
Or Japanese people who speak English, and so they don't learn the language. Chris appears to be one of these people despite knowing a few words and a little bit of grammar, and he hides his speaking abilities so much in recent years that I don't think he's gotten better at the language since these videos were made several years ago.
Content like, white man speaks Japanese to strangers, shock, surprise, sugoi, mind's blown.
Chris, you couldn't make these kinds of videos. You don't have the skill to make these videos. Korean is Alyssa's 4th language, and she's better at Korean than you are at Japanese. I mean, he had the audacity to call this slop content when his Japanese is so bad that people speak to him like he's a child. He actually admits that he stopped studying Japanese for multiple years in the pinned comment of the language school video. So half the time he had been in Japan when that video was released, he was not studying. And the 3 years prior studying...
It's not even like you need to proactively study. Just go and have conversations with people. Just talk to them. you will eventually be forced to pick up new vernacular. Like, I've managed to support, make a fucking, you don't even need to make friends for that. Here's the thing, you just choose a bar and go there and speak to people. That's what I literally did. Like, I have friends who run a bar in Kyoto. I was just about to name that bar. I'm not going to name that bar. But I have friends who run a bar in Kyoto, and basically how that relationship started, whenever I was in Kyoto, I would just go and spend time there and just talk to the other patrons. And it's an organic environment. Nobody has time of day to baby you. They'll just speak to you normally, and you either pick up or you just sit there and you twirl your fucking drink.
Thing that he did was a lot, but it's not enough to be highly fluent at Japanese unless you practice all day. Learning Japanese takes a very long time. But geez.
Hard disagree. My guy, I was able to improve my spoken vocabulary significantly over the course of COVID without access to Japan by just watching Japanese VTubers a lot and doing a little bit of book studying. Not nearly enough, by the way.
He's LARPing in this comment. There's no way he's anywhere near JLPT-1. I think he would struggle to pass JLPT-4 after seeing this video.
Yeah, he's definitely not N1. No. In no world is he N1.
Also, you can pass the highest level of that test and still not be able to speak Japanese, so the JLPT is useless.
I mean, it's not useless. JLPT-1 requires quite a bit of written and it requires a very high level of written Japanese. It's difficult to acquire that language proficiency without actually engaging with the language. So I'm going to hard disagree on the GLPT being useless, despite me still neglecting to actually take it.
Anyway, him not knowing Japanese makes all this grandstanding really funny. He's out there basically saying that Japanese people don't really think that graffiti is a problem. Well, how the fuck do you know? You can't even talk to them or understand the news.
At the end of the video, I talked about how I've lived here 13 years and people write off my opinions because I'm not born in Japan. I'm not Japanese.
They are correct to do that. Even if you spoke perfect Japanese, your opinions should be dismissed because you're not a native.
And at what point do I become a local? What point?
At no point. You will always be a British man, especially since your mind is so totally consumed by the line going up.
Does my opinion matter something?
No. I hope that helps.
Yeah,
I saw people react being like, I think it's important we got the locals' opinions on this. I am inherently a local.
No, you're not. You're a British man and living in Tokyo, in a gaijin bubble.
And I lived in Meguro for 3 years or so, but...
Fuck, living in a place for 3 years doesn't actually make you a local. Spent more fucking effort making a Phenomeno meme than this asshole does in learning Japanese while living in Tokyo. Yeah, pretty much. Like, living somewhere for 3 years doesn't make you a local. You are still a fucking transplant.
At what point do you become a local? What point does your opinion become valid?
It counts when you...
Well, in your case, never. Because you're a globo homo cuck who hangs around with communists. So your opinions will never matter, and you are barely human.
You can speak the language, Chris. If you're not going to learn it, then leave. Go back to England. Alyssa was taking college courses in Japanese at the 6-year point, yet at that point, you couldn't even handle Harry Potter or say basic sentences without stumbling. How am I supposed to believe you have an informed opinion on the ideas of Japanese people when you can't even speak to them on a level higher than a 6 or a 7-year-old?
I had people attack me this year. They'd be like, "Oh, Chris is wrong. He's just a foreign guy living in Japan."
Where's the lie?
We had some things happen earlier on this year, which I won't dredge up, but people were ruling out my opinion because I wasn't Japanese.
Which they are correct to do.
Clarify that because I think he's being unclear here on purpose. He had Japanese people attack him for stupid opinions that he had. I mean, Chris, you're the exact kind of entitled foreigner that everyone hates in places like America. You don't speak the language, you advocate in favor of things that Japanese people don't want, like vandalism, and you're like, yeah, what Japan really needs is a ton of poor people from foreign countries who won't learn the language to move here and replace the local population. Then you go and defame someone who's actually trying to help the Japanese. I'm sorry, I guess your film studying hobbies were more important than learning the language and respecting the culture that's invited you in. Anyway, it's actually insane how easy it was for Chris to defame Oriental Pearl, because basically no one fact-checked him. I think the lesson of the day here is that we shouldn't just blindly believe people, especially if they aren't very transparent about their sources. Like maybe if, say, a former professional doxer named Candace Owens starts citing her dreams as a resource, you should be suspicious.
Like I just said, had a vivid dream this weekend, and Charlie came to me and he told me that he was betrayed. And so for me, you don't have to believe that, but I do believe that. And it was the immediate sense I got, actually. And I don't know who exactly it is that betrayed him, but I also felt in the dream that it is soon going to be revealed, that it's actually inevitable that it is going to be revealed, that there is nothing and no one that is going.
Silence, woman. Correct response to Candace appearing. He showed up like a rat walking off a ship, basically, yeah. Being an unironic Candace fan should disqualify you from voting. Okay, let's see. Oh, Andrew Wilson dabs on a TikToker. This is interesting. Damn, we're not going to play any games today, are we? I had a couple of demos I wanted to fidget with, but this is an interesting study in bad faith female debate tactics. A lot of women engage in this. So let's take a look at this. I'm not going to take sides here. It's just more interesting to just examine the argumentation here. Andrew Wilson is a great debater while he stays in the playpen of facts that he's comfortable with. For example, since we're on the topic of Japan, he has some just ass backward opinions about Japan because he's very ignorant about the people and the culture, which is, you know what, fair game. He doesn't need to be a subject matter expert. Before that, let me quickly check that my audio sync is correct. Lip sync is correct. I think it should be fine. Yeah, that's fine. But as I was saying, yeah, if only he stayed in the areas where he's actually very well prepared, he would be much better off. But let's see him work this one.
Hi, age and pronouns, please.
Yeah, I'm 41, and you can just use he, him is fine.
Have you been here before?
Age and pronouns, please. This is already great.
I don't think I have, actually. But I'm a very respectful person. I'm not going to be disrespectful to you.
Telling me that means nothing. I really don't care.
Okay.
Wow, so hostile out of the gate, lady.
How many seagulls would you have to find at your place before you started to wonder if someone was putting them there?
Well, it depends on where I lived, I guess.
Where you live now? Like where else?
Well, here probably just one because of the area that I live in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Em.
So my question is to you, do you think that it's a bad conditional for a woman to be a virgin? And if it's not a bad condition for a woman to be a virgin, why would it be a bad thing if a man desired one?
Which, it's a fair question on the face of it. He's presented the logic in a very straightforward way. I understand that women often struggle with linear logic, but let's see how he does that. How she does that.
I'm not taking questions at this time, but if you want to tell me why you think that body count matters.
What do you mean I'm not taking questions at this time? What is the purpose of this call-in?
By all means, it's your funeral.
Yeah, well, I think that there's a biological drive due to the fact that the only way you could be assured of paternity before we had things like paternity tests, which is a new technology, the only way that you could make the determination the child was yours is if you knew the loyalty of the woman that you were with. Because
not only that, there's also a concern. Well, first of all, not everywhere has paternity tests. France outlaws paternity tests. I wonder why. So, and also it is a whole procedure, and it is an understandable natural impulse to want to impose that standard. There are also second and sort of third order consequence things that are tied in here, but I think that since Andrew is a debate bro, so he goes for positions that are like ironclad, easy to argue. They fall onto sort of objective things. So it is a good angle to pursue in the framework of a debate. France, Sweden, you swear there was a third that you're forgetting? I bet it's fucking Canada or something like that.
Because they could hide paternity. So due to that fact, I think that there's a biological ingrained function that men want to be assured of their paternity. And the best way to do that is by being with women who have a low or no body count. Then they're assured that the child is theirs.
I totally zoned out. Like it felt like I was like watching like a really boring TED Talk.
She could not grasp the content of what she was being told, so she's now trying to denigrate the argument. You see, did you catch that? She doesn't have a good retort because A, she lacks the mental capacity to engage with the argumentation that she's presented. So her default response is to downplay whatever you're trying to present. Like I, if I were to play devil's advocate, I would say that a low body count is, for the purposes of the test that he is prescribing, for the purposes of proving or ensuring paternity, a low body count is no different from a high body count. Men have 90% success rates at knowing if a child is theirs on site. Instinctively, low body count ensures you don't starve. Huh? You're gonna have to continue that line of thought for me. I'm not sure how starvation ties into that one. I don't think. See, again, the 90% success rate. That's all second guessing, and men have historically been discouraged from trusting our gut feeling. So I kind of agree that hard, provable evidence is always king. Oh, okay. If that's not your kid, I'm not providing shit for you. Starve, bitch. Okay, I see. I was not making that immediate connection. You were skipping some steps here, but I see. But again, if I were to engage in like being devil's advocate, I would say that a low body count for the purposes of proving paternity is not materially different from a high body count because, like, you're definitely not the first guy sticking his dick into her. And there is no guarantee from that point onward that the kid is actually yours, regardless of whether you're number 5 or 500. Again, it's a faulty argument, but because we're in the format of a debate here, I understand why that's the attack he's going with. It's a good angle to pursue, and she's a dumb fucking bitch who's not able to engage with the arguments as they're presented, which is why she goes to sort of attack the everything but the actual argument itself.
You know what I mean? Or like in church, that's kind of what it felt like. And so I just...
Bitch, you haven't darkened the door of a church since you've been alive. Shut the fuck up.
I just zoned out. Like, I don't know, maybe you could like start over.
I mean, a TikToker not having the attention span to listen to someone speak for 10 seconds does track. I have to admit that. It is completely on brand.
Make a point in just a couple sentences.
Low body count surety for low body count surety for paternity if no paternity test.
Good man. He's condensed his points to a format that a TikToker can understand. Well, not sure if she can understand, but at least he enumerated them quickly enough for her to not zone out and start watching Subway Surfer.
Was that easy enough for you? Did you follow that?
Yeah. So like you're saying that like. So what are you saying that like someone should say?
Well, I just went through it in great detail, but you were so bored you fell asleep. Remember?
I really hope it's not Andrew Wilson. Like he's already been.
She can't recognize his voice.
He's a joke. I have no interest in talking to him unless he's going to pay me $30,000 to go see him. I don't care to.
Okay, but anyway, did you want to contend with the argument?
Yeah, paternity, whatever.
Just call her a moron and hang up. No, Terry, you don't understand. Andrew is farming content. That's what he does. He's a debate bro.
That doesn't tell me that body count matters.
Well, if you wanted to be assured of paternity as a man and there was no paternity test around, what would be the metrics that you would utilize?
Again, good. He presents if you disagree with my input, present an alternative method of achieving the same means.
Wouldn't you be looking at things like? Wouldn't you be looking at?
I'm not going to pretend that I'm a man.
No, I know, but if you wanted to be assured of paternity,
the two men who are fathers to my kids, like, I mean, they never asked me.
That checks out.
You know what I mean? Oh, hey, like, can we have a paternity test? They just like trusted that was the case.
Yeah,
like,
no, I understand,
weird.
but I'm trying to give you a reasoned.
Like, have you been cheated on, sweetheart? Are you okay?
Directly into personal attack. She can't engage with the argument on its face, so she proceeds to denigrating whoever has presented the argument that she's not capable of disputing.
Hey, should we have like a little therapy session? I mean, I'd prefer for you to pay me, but
I don't. What does that have to do with anything I'm saying?
Well, it seems like you're kind of insecure. Like you're talking about paternity, like
you're insecure. You've been cheated on. Like immediately goes to denigrate the character of the person asking a question because she's not capable of engaging with the. And this is actually a very common female tactic when they're presented with facts or questions that they dislike or don't have a narrative to counter. They will switch into personal attacks very quickly. Not only women do that, but it is originally a female diversion tactic. It's a deflection tactic.
Scared that someone's going to cheat?
Because you are proving a thing they believe to be wrong. They see that as a personal attack, and they're deflecting into a personal attack into you.
On you.
I'm just giving you a reasoned. I'm just giving you a reasoned argument.
Me. Please don't interrupt me and have some respect here. This is not going to be like a boom, boom, boom back and forth. We like to kind of do things chill here.
You're not quick enough to handle a boom, boom, boom back and forth. I see that.
It's Saturday. You know what I mean?
I mean, you're retarded on every day of the week, lady. Don't make excuses on the spot.
We just.
I'm sorry, I got super bored and lost track of what you were saying.
Okay, so are you?
You were so long-winded.
Scared? Are you scared? I know I'm so slow that I created this prompt that all these dudes can't figure out.
I can figure it out fine.
Can't figure out. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the comment section.
Oh.
So that's how slow I am.
I mean, a TikTok audience being slower than you. Yeah, that also, and it's not very impressive to flex on the average TikTok viewer. Like, that's not a very high bar to clear.
Okay.
Got it. All right. So it sounds to me like you're worried that a woman is going to cheat on you.
And it has nothing to do with my argument.
Wait.
Okay.
I'm kind of curious about something.
So she's asked a question, does not want to hear the answer because she's spinning a narrative she's not actually asking.
Okay.
I want to do things differently tonight.
You hope some hardworking, undocumented engineer leaves her in a ditch with about 8 units less of blood. Shush. Calm down.
Okay.
Let's
just.
We all know that she lives in an all-white neighborhood. She hasn't seen a brown person in like 10 years.
All right. So let's pretend that you're in a relationship with this woman and you absolutely adore her. You've been together for 5 years, right? Mm-hmm. She gets pregnant and you're excited. Yeah. Gonna have a baby. You see the ultrasound, all these things. You find out 2 years later that the baby isn't yours.
Yeah.
Are you going to, do you think that you're going to leave her?
Of course.
Are you going to disown the kid?
Yeah. Yes.
Yes. Next question.
So you're just a bad person.
What the fuck do you mean? No, I'm sorry, that does not follow.
How is that being a bad person? Wouldn't the woman who lied to you be the bad person here?
She did something horrible. Absolutely.
So why should you continue to pay for her lies?
Yeah. Why should you continue to engage with someone who has deliberately harmed you?
I don't know how you can respond to what I said when you didn't hear it.
I did
right?
hear it.
But by all means, go ahead and respond to what I said when you didn't hear my argument.
I did. You said
you provided no argument. You provided a hypothetical.
And you said it doesn't that make you a bad person? It doesn't make you a bad person for being deceived and then wanting to not live in that deception anymore.
That's valid. Like it is a perfectly reasonable reaction to be done wrong and then want to disengage. Like he didn't say that he wants to, I don't know, fucking skin her and hang her in the woods. Ask this woman how she feels if she didn't have breakfast this morning. But she did have breakfast this morning, though, Terry.
It's a terrible, horrible thing, but I can completely understand why a man would not want to be a part of said situation anymore. And the woman is the one who should be held to account for this, not him.
Is it possible that two people can be wrong in a situation?
And not in that situation.
Stanley?
How is
Not
the
in that
man? Yeah, how is the man wrong in that situation?
Well, in that you're the man in that situation. You said you would disown the kid and you would leave her.
Yes, that's the correct thing to do. Well, what's wrong about that?
You would disown a kid that's attached to you. A 2-3-year-old child you would disown because the mother made a mistake?
Yeah, well, why is it that you're supposed to not feel completely deceived? And why is it that the parent or that child's father shouldn't be the one notified to step in?
Thinking the man is wrong at all for being cheated on. That's a very standard female defense mechanism. That's a very standard rhetorical method of like, oh, you caused this to happen. There's always two parts to a story, blah, 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 blah. No, shut the fuck up, whore.
In order to take care of that child. That child, there's a great deception that happened here. For the first thing is that we're ruling out that child's actual father, who doesn't even know about their existence, would not want to step in and be the father to that child.
Shut the fuck up. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up.
Ah, she doesn't have anything to go off, so she's getting angry.
Shut up. Are you Andrew Wilson? Because if so, you're going to pay me for my time. I'm not doing this shit with you for free.
I don't. What are you talking? Can we please get back to the discussion?
Oh, so you don't want to answer? You don't want to answer if you're Andrew Wilson or not?
I'm Stanley.
No, you're not.
I'm
no,
Stan,
you're not.
the man. I mean, I don't understand. I'm being very respectful to you and just discussing this topic. Why is it?
That's very true. She has no reason to flip out on him like that. Like he's provided no reason for her to chimp outside of asking things that she has no response to. And embarrassing her in front of her troglodyte audience.
Problematic for you just to have a nice discussion like this.
I really loved the video that I saw, like Andrew Wilson and that woman who called him out, like regarding his wife. That was just comedy gold.
I'm glad.
She's trying to provoke a reaction because she suspects that this is Andrew, and so she's trying to make him flip out, not understanding that that's not how men work.
That's so triggered.
Yeah, that guy. Something wrong with that guy. But can we get back to the argument here?
Oh, you're not a fan of Andrew Wilson?
Smoky Man's bad.
You don't like him?
No.
You're using the same talking points.
That guy's a real jerk. When did Andrew Wilson use these talking points?
Jerk is an understatement.
Yeah.
Like, what do you mean?
He's a jerk. I think he's mean to. I think he's too. I think he's mean to people.
I watched like 3 minutes of one of his YouTube videos, and I was so bored. I went and did something else.
I understand. Makes sense. He's kind of a boring guy. But
anyway, Andrew, if you're interested in having a conversation, you can pay me to go to what are you in California?
She's just running away. She knows that she's outclassed.
Like I don't live in California. I don't know.
I need to pay lawyer fees, so I'm totally interested if you want to do that.
Yeah, he needs to pay lawyer fees for what? You want to see her brain? You want to see how smooth it is?
To pay lawyer fees for what?
Oh, my daughter was wrongfully removed.
Oh. Okay. I don't.
You want to be about that?
I didn't say.
That's
I didn't say.
Do, right?
I didn't say anything.
You want to pick apart at who somebody is. Like that's what you do.
I don't do any of those things. I don't know what you're talking about. Right now, I'm just having an argument with you about an abstract issue.
Yeah.
I'm not interested at all in
said-
your personal life. That's none of my business.
Sure. Okay, so are you Andrew Wilson or not?
No.
Are you going to lie to my face?
Yeah, can we get back to the argument? What does this have to do with anything we're
So
arguing?
you can't just say no. You can't just say no, I'm not Andrew Wilson. Are you for real right now?
Can we just get back to the argument? Is there some reason we can't discuss the actual prompt here? Did I do something bad to you, or you have some personal grievance against me? Even though I've as far as I'm concerned, I've never done anything but be very respectful to you on your live.
And that's what men do. They lie.
What do you mean? He's not actually done anything. And also, I mean, listen, if we're going to play that particular game, do we really want to compare who lies in social situations more, men or women?
Okay,
They
but
lie.
what does this have to do with the prompt, though? I mean,
If you
I
don't
would say,
know
like,
who
doesn't
Andrew is,
everybody
you're
lie?
Lucky.
Like, doesn't
'Cause he's a
everybody lie?
dick.
Everybody lies, though, right? You would agree?
No, it's really hard for me to lie. I really struggle to not tell the truth.
So what's your body count?
I couldn't tell you.
Is that a lie?
I don't know. That's kind of like, I guess that in the sense it's nice, snappy, and quippy, but I don't know, man. Like the angle of I'm not like going the angle of being the insistent good faith actor. I think was better. He gets clicks. It is funny. It's a good jab. It does start coming off as hostile.
Lie?
Because here's the thing. Wait. Okay.
And she's gonna fly off the fucking wheels. Yeah.
Do we need to like
She's gonna start flipping out now.
clipboard time, right?
Okay.
Do we need to like go through this?
What do you mean?
Well, what counts as a body? Like, don't we have to be on the same page?
Hey, just say penetrative sex or blowjobs. We'll count both of those as bodies.
What about me sitting on a man's face?
No, I would just set the criteria for those two.
What about clown play?
What is that?
Excuse me, what?
Oh, come on, Andrew. You don't know what clown play is?
No.
She's gonna go, I caught you. You're Andrew Wilson. You admitted it.
What is it?
I'm actually not triggered at all. I do get triggered during the live sometimes, but I'm not triggered right now.
Woman, you are one bad comment away from chucking your fucking phone into the window. Do not gaslight me.
Not one bit.
Yeah, well, I'm not here to trigger you.
I wasn't talking to you. Like, you understand, like, people are watching. I multitask. I read the comments.
Oh, she's arguing with her chat. She's so untriggered and unbothered. She needs to tell her chat that she's untriggered and unbothered.
Are you new here? Have you never been here before?
Not that I'm aware of. I just wanted to come up and have a nice, respectful discussion with you about this. Which I feel like I've been doing this
Sure.
entire time.
Clown play is the best. Yeah.
Well, what is it?
If I have to explain it to you, then sorry that you've been missing out. What's your body count, Andrew?
Me, I'm a chaste virgin.
Yikes.
But anyway, can we get back to this?
Are you serious? Like, so
Can we get back to the argument?
You're married and you're asking me what my...
No, no.
Are you struggling because this isn't your YouTube show and you're not in control right now?
The purpose.
He's not struggling at all, woman. You're floundering. Like, you want to leave this conversation like it's a burning house.
Because if you want that, Andrew, then you're going to have to pay me to go to, California? Yeah?
Woman, nobody's paying you for anything.
Always like, we do things my way here, buddy.
Okay, we'll do things your way. No, the only reason I brought that up was to test the lie thing because you said you don't lie. That's all. And it didn't appear like you did. It appeared like you were trying to tell the truth. You're like, I don't know. So I thought that was a fair response.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, so I don't think you're lying. But that's all that was just a test to see if you were actually...
You still want to know what clown play is?
Because, you know, people, like you said, people can say, I don't lie, but then they actually do. So that's all that was. I'm not actually interested in it. It doesn't matter too much to me. I do care about this argument, though, about paternity. I think that that is important. Why you would immediately say that the man wanting to uninvolve himself in that situation is now a bad person.
Andrew's voice is boring. He doesn't sound very enthused to be here. I don't know why he's not with his wife. It's Saturday night.
Okay, so
like, is she like asleep in the other room or what?
Did you want to contend with what we were talking about, or no?
Or is she just going to continue deflecting?
Thank you for the gifts. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm really interested in the fact that, like, you said that you would leave your wife if she had another man's baby and you found out years later. I think that's like, I don't know how to move on from that.
Yeah, well, I mean, if your wife hid paternity from you, yeah, I think that that's a big problem. I mean, that's probably the most deceptive, horrible thing you could do to a person, right?
I agree. I said that already. Like, cheating is one of the worst things that you can do to somebody.
Okay, then what is the fucking argument? Oh, her audio is dog shit?
But
I
you
see.
said you would disown the kid.
Sure, because it's not your kid. What the fuck do you care?
You would disown the kid years later if you found that out.
Yes, and?
Yeah, the assumption here is that you're holding this man, this hypothetical man, responsible for the idea that they were indeed deceived, instead of trying to get this child back with their actual biological father, who for some reason we're just dismissing out of turn here, and I don't know why.
Do you ever like touch grass? Like, do you ever enjoy life? I'm just curious.
How the fuck wait, that's not an argument. You're just glossing over the presented hypothetical. The hypothetical that you've presented, by the way. She's just not engaging with it because she doesn't know how to advance the point. For her scenario, the kid is 3 at most. The child will get the fuck over it. It's not even about the child getting the fuck over it. It's why the fuck should I care? If the kid is not mine, it has other parents.
Curious, like, you just seem, I don't know. You just seem like you just don't enjoy life.
Okay, I don't know what that has to do with what we're talking about.
So clearly you're new here. Somebody
how does excuse me, if touching grass causes you to become a servile cuck, then I am going out there with a fucking flamethrower to make sure that no grass ever grows in my place of residence.
Told me that
I am turning my entire fucking lawn into a dry garden.
You had joined my panel a while back, and apparently he was lying. So welcome in. I do things differently than other people. I don't care if you're comfortable or not. This is not a debate.
Okay.
Yeah, pink pill. He must be new.
So what are we talking about then?
Do you get upset when things don't go your way?
I mean, sometimes.
Entitled much?
What?
Sometimes I get upset when things don't go my way. I think everybody does, though.
Why do you hate women?
What?
I hate women?
She's only capable of projection. That's true. She does not perceive reality that exists outside of her brain.
Clearly. Have you not watched your own show?
Well, can you give me an example of me hating women? I hate some women. I think that I hate some women, but I don't think that means I hate women. So, like, if you hate a woman, that doesn't mean you hate women, right?
Wow.
So, I mean, you would agree with that, right? Like, if you hate a man, that doesn't mean you hate men, right?
Draco, I'm not mad. I come off that way to a lot of people. It could be like the brain injury. I'm very direct, but I'm
No, we're not. No, we're not going to. I didn't. Should have seen that one coming.
Not mad at all. I think that Andrew is an annoying person. He's annoying to talk to.
Because you have no actual counter to the things that he says, and all you can do is just violently crash out.
Mad. I just don't care what he has to say. And I think that if he wants my time, he can pay for it. Bye.
Did she just admit to having a TBI as an excuse for being retarded? I don't think it was meant to be that, but it kind of just, it's nice when things just work out. Okay, palate cleanser. Tactical Games National Championship. If you're building your tactical kit, this is your daily reminder to go and make sure that your tactical gear is embossed with the Oni Dojo Mount Otago Advanced Combatives Institute patch, the official patch of the Oni Dojo. All right, let's see. Tactical games. I don't know what this is. I haven't pre-watched this. But it's interesting to see what the disciplines are, how people train for it. I think it's...
People see the podium, but that's not always the full picture.
I think it's potentially a cool format.
It's actually less about one weekend, and instead more about all the months of work leading into it. The early mornings, the long sessions, and don't forget about all the frustrations. That is the full picture. This year, life changed fast. The girls are older now, and every day asks more from me. I had to adjust, reset multiple times, and try to find a new rhythm. But when you want something bad enough, you make the time, you stay consistent.
I need to get myself a sandbag.
And you show up when no one's watching, because that's the full picture. And that's how you get back here.
I wonder if there's an enforced standard for the plate carriers, or if they just have to go with like a whatever fits, just put steel plates in it and go.
No.
You ready for this run?
It's good. So what is it? It's like 20 minutes of just...
It's actually a good challenge it's a good test for the comfort of a lot of your kit. Like, for example, what is a good sling that enables you to sling a rifle all the way to your back? It looks like a Magpul sling. I may be wrong. That sliding piece looks familiar.
Oh, so that 800.
I'm gonna breathe through it. It was like a mile piece. I can do it.
Don't let living with cancer define you. Discover an injectable...
So there seems to be no set standard for how it's supposed to be slung, because I'm seeing some people muzzle up, others are muzzle down. And I think they're running dry, right? I assume that's a safety concern. Which, you know, makes sense. It is kind of fucking sketchy to have to run with glass on it. The red dots don't give a fuck. Most of them are rugged enough to perform in those environments. The glass I would be concerned about. Okay, so a good little hill run. With weighted vests. Weighted vests. I think he's holding it to prevent the glass from bouncing off his back. I think that's why he's doing that.
Good point, yeah. Huh? Yeah. To get the same amount of points as a lot of other people. Wasn't. Should have been more points in the run. I'm biased.
All right, so we finished the run. Now we're going on to stage 2.
Finished the run. Now we're going on to moving sandbags. A lot of distances. Put it on our chest. Should be fun.
Okay, so he needs to move those with a battle belt, okay, and a dry handgun, back and forth. I assume they're going to be of increasing size. Alright, supported shots. That looks like, what, a 15, maybe 20-yard shot? Okay, and each time you need to do that with a heavier sandbag. And I assume there's a time limit. Well, not a time limit, but you are timed, basically. Alright, 3 bags, nice. Is it 3 bags?
Alright, so why did I miss the last 2 stages?
I got done with the last stage, and I was feeling a little better, because, you know, adrenaline. And so, I just decided to come over here and do it, both the rifle and pistol barricade, without Brian. So Brian didn't get any video, but we did. Corey from Louisville did film it, so insert crappy iPhone photo. I have no idea what it looks like of my rifle and pistol barricade.
You know, it's a good thing when the sponsors got your back. Is he shooting the same distance with a handgun as he just shot with a rifle? Because that looked like a pretty long shot. Alright, it's a little bit closer. Dude, if your RO doesn't look like this, I don't want to go to your fucking range.
Confused with Christmas themes, not nearly as cool as I am, right? It's a 100-point stage. It's time plus with a 15-minute time cap.
Call you dickbag, but you don't see Finnish brutality events going away anytime soon. Why would Finnish brutality go away? It's kind of a different discipline.
Rifle loadout is 3x12. Pistol is the same.
This is CrossFit, but not gay. And actually less dangerous. Didn't people drown at one of the CrossFit games relatively recently? Okay, sandbag carry course. You don't pay attention to CrossFit, too gay. That is a valid point. But what about the Finnish brutality? Why did that come up? I am so getting flagged for this music. There is no shot. Like, some of it has to be licensed. Like, this all looks easy to do, but boy, does it suck when you actually have to do that. Especially the high carries and vaults. Alright. So I guess the course is you run back and forth, you carry the sandbag, and then you take your shots, and then I guess you do it again with a heavier sandbag, or is it just the number of reps that you need to do? What is the flow here? So racked carry, throw it over. This seemingly has a higher emphasis on strength than the Finnish brutality. Finnish brutality is more elements, bigger emphasis on cardio and cross-country stuff. Okay, so you carry a sandbag to the barricade from the barricade, then you go back and you do your shots, and you do that a number of times. I guess you do that 4 times.
Alright, welcome to stage 6 by Broski. My name's Ned, I'm the RO, along with my big friend Phil. Phil's gonna run the fire line, I'll be running the machines. Congratulations on being here. It's the last one of the day, so
Alright, let's see what this is. Some combination of Airdyme stuff. Okay, Airdyme in full kit, sure. God, I fucking hate bicycles and everything bicycle shaped. Okay, so you do a couple of spins on the Airdyme to get your heart rate up, and then you take shots at steel from prone. Okay. Back on. Oh, okay. So there's an elliptical, an air dime, and a rower. And I guess you need to do that for a certain time or hit certain RPMs. I'm not sure how they measure that. Because I can see people short stroking that part to get to the shooting faster. Okay. Knuckle ups. It's like a modified burpee. Back on the rowing machine. We're not even 13 minutes in. What the hell? Wait, what was there more? Is that like a multi-day thing? Alright, we're gonna speed this up a little bit. Okay, so more shots from prone. More burpees. Okay, so it's always going to be a crucible of a course of fire and some kind of physical exercise. Okay.
Oh, we didn't do terrible. And I made it through day one. And my throat feels like cardboard. It's got you people.
Reporting the scores that did not finish for the stage. Shooting green tip ammo will result in a match DQ. This is stage 7. Relax, guy. It is a 100-point stage. Time plus with a time cap of 15 minutes. Your loadout: rifle 5x8, pistol 5x8. You are in your full TTG kit.
All right, day 2. Feeling marginally better. I'm still coughing up a lung, but it'll be okay. We are starting with a grip-tastic workout of rope climbs and wheelbarrow, and I am loading mags for it. Supervel just released their new ammo ultra match that shoots like 1.5-inch groups at 50 yards. It's perfect for this sport, and that's why I'm running it this weekend. Let's go get the first workout of the day.
I'm not gonna lie, I would be interested in subjecting myself to this, like, just checking out of the bullshit of the world, just do this for 3 days. Just come back after a weekend, fucking run raw and just tired to death. I am absolutely here for this. I would probably eat shit on every stage, but, you know, it's the experience that counts. I like that a lot of the stages are, like, sort of sport specific, but at the same time these are, like, generalized fitness skills. I also need to rework a lot of my kit. I do have a spare battle belt. I guess I could use that. Yeah, well, look at him go. It's been a while since I did rope climbs. I used to be relatively reasonably good at those. Interesting. No RO to see you unload. Okay, so you alternate that course between rifle and handgun. What is he running for a handgun? It looks like some kind of 2011.
Good. Full time. The rifle's pretty easy. The pistol's pretty hard. So like, don't get too slow on them. I'd say slow down with the pistol. Tripping's not what it gets good. So, all right, we just finished up the rope climb workout. Shot okay. Good raw time. Too many misses on pistol probably. Going to the 2-gun stage. 100 points.
All right, guys, welcome to TAC 2 Gun. This is a 100-point stage. This is a time plus. Time cap 150 seconds.
Wait, what's the goal of this stage? Be Jared?
Beats up on the hurt kids. Huh? Goal? Beat the SIG boys.
Okay, so he needs to completely flip the steel. Oh, I hate the star. I hate the star. Nice, cleared that. So it's basically just a run and gun IDPA stage. Switch to rifle. It brings me comfort to see actual trained people also still fumble with their rifle when they need to start from dry.
Raw score 55-40. Plus 1 miss on pistol steel. Yeah.
Missed the steel.
This is Edmund, but worse. It's a 100-point stage. It's time plus with a 15-minute time.
Alright, what are we doing here? Sled push. Sandbag carry, load that onto the sled? No? How many times do you need to... Okay, so... load it over the barrier. There was definitely a better way to edit this. Aha, okay. Then you load one of them into the sled, you push the sled, and you go to shoot from barricade. We're not gonna watch the entire thing. It's a lot of repeating shots of the same thing. Attack reload on every new target, I see.
Alright, end of day 2. Let's quickly recap. Number 1, we started off with some rope climbs. Wheelbarrow, a really fun stage. Took first on that stage overall.
Alright, let's see the next stage. Aha, rucking. Rucking and sandbag. God, that sucks donkey balls. I would have been coughing blood at this point. Okay, so it's the ruck and then you just from standing shots, okay. Again, oh, there's a barrier jump here now as well, with a ruck, too.
20s and when you're in college, being out here.
Snake clean. I didn't miss a single shot. Fudge, I missed a shot.
They know. Face up rock.
Yep. Not too bad.
Hey, what are we doing here?
He'll get what he gets. It's all right.
So it's like a pressing machine, I guess? Measured for some kind of score. Some kind of over-engineered rowing machine.
11, in your full kit. Firing sequence. Rifle is from the left or the right.
Oh, this looks like this one's gonna suck. Okay, what are we doing here? Rack and carry, okay. Overhead press and carry. Okay, seated shots from support. And handgun in the same sequence, okay. Unload. Farmer's carry, okay. And then standing press carry, okay.
All right, we got done with the longer range stage, like 400. For everyone that's not going into the finals, and that is our 2-gun stage for the day. So we've got rifle on paper, rifle on steel, a little bit of distance, and then dump the rifle and then go pistol, kind of a jungle run with steel. After this one, after done with this one, we got the final workout for the top 5 men, top 5 women.
This is the TAC 2-gun jungle run. I'm Chris, I'll be the RO for the stage. This is a 100-point stage. It is a time plus. So I'll read through this.
Oh, okay.
The nuances, the 180. I mean, you can tell. Are you ready? Stand by.
Okay. I like this, lots of running and gunning. Through bush, also, that's gangster. Nice, nice.
One clear, hammer down, holster. And clear 7643. Good job.
Oh, it was okay. It was subpar.
I like that this is an activity. Like, legitimately, the longer I look at this, the more
Okay.
I would like
My
this.
rifle was slow. I missed a couple shots. It's whatever.
Yeah.
I just wanted to score to get by to go to the last one. So
what's
go
the
to
last one?
barricade, don't get DQ'd.
How do we feel like Jacob's going to do in this?
So we're at the final stage here, and unfortunately, we're going to have to stand up to see over the rail to see Jacob compete because it's at 5'4" right now. We got my boy Willie Thornton, Trevor P.
All right, so more sled pushes, more sandbags, into barricade at the end.
All right, final workout. I have no idea what it is, but I just want to go home and see my girls and sleep forever.
I think in general, men need to get out more and do shit like this. Like this looks great. This is a full weekend of shit. And sometimes you just need to drag yourself through broken glass like that just to feel alive. You know what I mean? Like the longer I look at this, I'm like, oh yeah, sure. It's suffering. I would be coughing up blood by like the end of day one. I would probably not even make it to like the full selection to the third day. I would still like to beat myself up doing this and preparing for this and like running kit and like figuring out the specific training that you need to do for this shit. Like I look at this and this is exciting. This is cool. Sled pulls, okay. Okay, throw the sandbags. Vault over. Load the sandbags over again. How many times does he need to do that? Crawl under. Get the bags. I would get so fucking confused and lost just because I would be just tired out of my mind. Alright. I wonder if there's established pull technique for how you're supposed to do that. Are you regimented to do it with a backwards pull on the way back? Alright, shots off barricades. This is as AmeriCorps as it gets. Like this is legitimately should be a national sport that men are expected to engage with at least on an amateur level. Better yet, I'll give you one more. Like, you need to run this entire course at least once every 5 years to retain the right to vote. Doesn't have to be timed, but you can't get DQ'd. In the sense that don't get DQ'd, you still have to complete the entire course. But man, this is very cool. I want to see if there are any tactical games. This is a national championship. I wonder if there's a tactical games Texas. There you are. Tactical games. Find events. Regional events. 10% off. It's probably some kind of Ponzi scheme where you still need to pay into the shit, but still. Okay, I'm afraid it's going to pull up my postal code, so I'm not going to do that. Regional events. See all events. Regional events for 26. 2-day competitions. Competition format, upcoming events. There's one in Burnett. Okay. Rebel Peak Ranch. The national championship is also in Burnett. Okay. That's by Demo Ranch's old place. I see. Okay. Can I navigate out of this? Learn more. Registration open. Venue information. Rural Park Ranch. Venue, RV parking. Registration price. Individuals $400. Team 600. Oh, they're teams. Okay, need to register in practice corps. That's okay. Available divisions: men and women's elite, men's and women's tactical, men's and women's plus 40, men's and women's intermediate. I guess I would go intermediate to. Can I see like what to expect? Multiple stages, 8-7 stages combining shooting accuracy, physical fitness challenge. Multiple divisions, award ceremony, prize table, weapons and ammunition, primary, minimum 223 caliber with approved muzzle device. Minimum 223, so you can't go below. So I could hypothetically take my MCX. Okay, good. Secondary pistol, ammunition, 250 rounds for each weapon system. Round count subject to change. So like take, I guess, 400 for each just to be safe. That's not too bad. Expect to run up to 5 for each weapon system in a stage. Magazine pouches, holster. Doesn't specify what kind of holster, but based on what I've seen, you want a level 3 retention holster. Sling must be worn throughout the entirety of the match. Chamber flags, okay. Optics and sights, red dot sights. Secondary powered optics allowed on rifles, so you need magnification. Gear, plate carrier. Men's plate carriers must weigh 15 pounds. Weight of carrier is measured with no magazine pouch attachments, tourniquets, hydration bladders, etc. The plate carrier must be slick. Okay. So you do need like a dedicated weighted plate carrier for this. Ear Pro, Eye Pro must be worn at all times on shooting stages. Belt holster is required to be carried in and around help. Drop leg holsters are authorized. I feel like drop leg would be rough for a lot of these stages. Suggested gear not required. Tactical pants, durable, flexible. Gets a little hot. Okay. Tactical shirt, moisture wicking, gloves, yes. Boots, trail shoes, knee pads, hat cap, tent, canopy, folding chairs, a sunscreen, hydration. This sounds very, very cool. It's a 3-day event, Friday attendee check-in. So like you check in on the Friday evening, safety briefing 7 a.m., 8 a.m. competition stages, 5 a.m. award ceremony on Sunday. This is pretty cool. I will keep this on my radar, and you know what? I might actually start building up kit to compete in this. Because this looks cool. I think this is a very well-rounded discipline to train for. Like you will come out of this a well-rounded athlete. On top of a little bit of combatives, like just training for this will get you in banger shape. I really like this. I need to gaslight people at work to. I'm kidding. No one at work is gonna go with me to these things. I'm on my own. All right, we are over 4 hours for today. I apologize. I guess we're not going to get to gaming today. There was a little bit too much sloppa. But what we're going to do is, let me quickly check what we're working with for our honored chatters today. If I didn't manage to bore you to death with talking about how exercise is good for you. I guess I did. I guess I did manage to bore you all with that. I see how it is. Let's raid into... Yeah, Neven has been... She's playing Battlefield 6 right now, but she does... I hope she's going to play more Subnautica. Okay, we get pre-roll ads. Absolutely fantastic. Right, Ghost River 3 Manager. Let me load up my raid. I find it kind of disappointing, Oni Dojo, that the moment I stop looking at just, gun slop and political rage bait, and we look at, men doing interesting things and discussing worthwhile pursuits and uses for your time, y'all just fucking check out. That's something that we're going to have to address eventually. You're not getting out of that. I will bully every one of you into competing in some kind of sport. All right. This has been Onii-san reminding you to pick up heavy things and put them back down, which is incidentally what I'm going to go and do once I eat lunch. Bye-bye.
And they've